Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the 16th International Conference on Applied Linguistics will commence shortly.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all respected attendees. It is a pleasure that I, Dimas Pujianto, and my partner,
Mutiarani Ramdayanti,
as your Masters of Ceremonies to host this event. We would like to welcome the distinguished guests at CONAPLIN 16 2023.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. M. Solehuddin, MPD, MA. The Honorable Vice Rector for Education and Students Affairs, Professor Dr. Didi Sukyadi, MA. The Honorable Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Partnership and Business, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftuh, MPD, MA.
Good morning, Bapak. The Honorable Advisory Board of the 16th International Conference on Applied Linguistics, Professor Fuad Abdul Hamid, MA, PhD. Good morning, Bapak. Professor Dr. Nenden Sri Lengkanawati, MPD. Good morning, Ibu. And Professor Dr. Didi Sukyadi, MA. Joining us online through Zoom, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Professor Dr. Tri Indri Hardini, MPD. Good morning, Ibu Indri.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ibu. How are you, Ibu?
Fine, thank you.
All right, Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Ibu. Also, the Honorable Director of School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Dr. Shihabuddin, MPD.
The Honorable Head of Linguistics Study Program at School of Postgraduate Studies, who is also the Chairperson of the 16th CONAPLIN, Wawan Gunawan, MED, PhD. Good morning, Bapak.
Good morning and welcome, Bapak.
The Honorable Head of the Rectorate of International Affairs, Professor Ahmad Bukhari Muslim, MED, PhD. Good morning, Bapak.
Good morning, Pak Abu. The Honorable Head of the Language Center of UPI, Dr. Safrina, MA. Good morning, Ibu Safrina. And the Honorable Head of Public Relations of UPI, Professor Dr. Denny Darmawan, SPD, MSI, MCE. We also would like to welcome our honorable speakers, Professor Jean Harmon. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Give a big hand, please, to all our speakers. And also we have Lungguh Aryang Baga, M. Appling. Yegen Doran, PhD. Good morning, Dr. Yegen.
Big hand for Dr. Yegen Doran, ladies and gentlemen.
Ika Lestari Damayanti, MA, PhD. Iwa Lukmana, PhD. Good morning, Pak Iwa. Selamat pagi, Bapak. Ruli Esther Pasaribu, PhD. Associate Professor Victor Limfei and Professor Jim Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 16th International Conference on Applied Linguistics 2023. Thank you very much, everyone. Muti, looking back on the success of last year's CONAPLIN 15th, we are now so ready, for the second hybrid conference of CONAPLIN 16. Are you too?
Certainly, Kang Dimas. I cannot wait for new things and new excited things developed in this year's CONAPLIN.
Exactly, and hats off to the organizing committee for their tireless hard work and teamwork to make this happen. Give a big hand, please. We are now live from the on-site venue in the Hall of Lights Ballroom at Green Hill Universal Hotel, Bandung. And we also shouldn't forget our online attendees. Welcome and good morning to our online attendees joining through Zoom. This year's conference is jointly organized by Language Center, Linguistics Study Program, and English Education Study Program of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. This conference is also sponsored by BenQ, and everyone in here can experience their lounge, so please make sure you can visit their lounge near the entrance. And also NUADU, the Association of Systemic Functional Linguistics Indonesia, or ASFLI, dan Pusat Penguatan dan Pemberdayaan Bahasa atau Pustanda. Give a big hand please to all our sponsors. To all on-site attendees, I keep mentioning this, or we keep mentioning this, to visit the BenQ Experience Lounge, because you will get a special merchandise from BenQ. And don't forget to write your name. If you become the lucky winners, you can be winning some prizes, some additional prizes from BenQ. So on the second day of the conference, we will do a raffle to the lucky winners, to all on-site attendees, including the organizing committee.
Yay!
So please make sure to visit their lounge, Mutia.
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much for such an informative information, Kang Dimas. CONAPLIN is an annual international theme conference, and this year's theme is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Thank you to all attendees once again on-site and online through Zoom for coming to this event. CONAPLIN 16 will have numerous inspiring and engaging keynote, plenary, and workshop sessions delivered by our distinguished speakers. We will also have parallel sessions and student research sessions and teachers' best practice sessions presented by our presenters. In addition, as it has been mentioned by Kang Dimas, there will be door prize on the second day of the conference given by BenQ for the lucky attendees. So please be the lucky attendees by writing your name on the BenQ lounge.
All right. Now, to begin this event, we are going to listen to the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To all on-site attendees, please stand up from your seat. Thank you very much. And to all online attendees, please ensure to mute your audio when the song is playing. Thank you.
Please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. As our first agenda for the opening ceremony, we would like to invite Head of UPI Language Center, Dr. Safrina M.A., to deliver the welcoming speech. To Dr. Safrina M.A., the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Going up stage has always been disempowering for me. So I need this paper where the language is and make me feel more empowered. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, it is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the conference of Applied Linguistics. And this is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday, actually. Yeah? And for this birthday, maybe birth year, not birthday, yeah, we have a theme, Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice, to celebrate. Our celebration comes in the forms of exploring, examining, scrutinizing language and its infinite potential in empowering, probably disempowering also, individuals, communities, and societies. Using various tools from the applied linguistic framework, the multifaceted impacts of language on various aspects of our lives will be analyzed, discussed, and celebrated in this conference. Language is not merely a means of communication, it is an instrument of empowerment that can transform lives, challenge societal norms, and foster positive change. It is through applied linguistics that we can examine and connect the power of language in practical context. This year, our lineup of remarkable speakers, Professor Jim Martin from University of Sydney, Professor Jan Hardman from University of York, and then Professor Ruli Esther Pasaribu from Universitas Indonesia, Professor Iwa Lukmana from Pustanda, and then Professor Yegen. I call them everybody professor to feel empowered, so be happy. And Lunggu, Professor Lunggu Arya Banga ya, Lunggu. Okay, and also we have presenters from various backgrounds and disciplines they all will illuminate the diverse dimensions of language and profound impact on empowerment. Therefore, I would like to encourage the conference participants to be actively engaged in the discussions, workshops, and in every possibility of networkings and collaboration. Very disempowered, sorry. Let us put into practice, use our language for empowerment, like what I'm doing now, trying so hard to be empowered. I hope you understand. And all right, for this year's CONAPLIN, Balai Bahasa is also empowered by the significant contribution from our collaboration with Pustanda, Pak Iwa, tepuk tangan untuk Pak Iwa. And also we have also collaboration with BenQ and NUADU. Tepuk tangan untuk Bu Jehan from BenQ. Mana Ibu Jehan? Ada Ibu Jehan. Kemudian, and then we also have collaboration with the Linguistic Study Program from the School of Postgraduate Studies, Pak Wawan, the head of the study program. And we have also collaboration with our formidable Ibu Emilia. Bu Emi ada di mana? Not here? Not online? Ah, Bu Emi, okay. So thank you very much. Our deepest gratitude for the productive collaboration that has ensured the conference to happen. On another note, I would also like to highlight the fact that for CONAPLIN, as I have said before, this is a special year. Yeah? I always use her pronoun for CONAPLIN. Yeah? So this is her 16th birthday. And we have been through so many ups and downs in the past 16 years. Looking at the many conferences that comes and go or just disappears, to be able to celebrate a 16th birthday for a conference is an incredible achievement, especially in Indonesia. Yeah? So 16 years. And therefore, I would like to thank, first of all, the committee, which under the command of General Wawan Gunawan. I would like to thank you, Pa Wawan, who have, and his squad, who have worked so hard and for so long to make sure that we arrive at this moment as planned. Again, thank you, Pa Wawan and Pa Wawan squad. And however, for all the 16 years of hard work, my most sincere gratitude and appreciation go to the staff, the good staff of Balai Bahasa. I'm going to switch to Bahasa Indonesia so everybody understand, especially those from Balai Bahasa. Jadi terima kasih banyak untuk teman-teman dari Balai Bahasa yang setiap tahun memastikan bahwa setiap panitia bisa bekerja dengan baik dan berhasil melaksanakan CONAPLIN. Tepuk tangan lagi untuk Balai Bahasa, staf Balai Bahasa. Terutama untuk ini spesial untuk Ibu Aam yang sedang ada di Mekah. Semoga menjadi haji yang mabrur dan terima kasih untuk segala bantuannya. Juga teman-teman yang di sini, Henry, mana Henry? Henry, ada Pak Sumir, aduh Pak Sumir orang dekat. Pak Pandi, Pak Endang Tirta, semua Pak Agus Tommy, ya, Kintan, Bu Ai, semuanya sudah bertahun-tahun, for so many years, they have worked with each and every committee. So different committees, the same bahasa, Balai Bahasa people. I would like also to mention Pak Juki, mana Pak Juki, Pak Andrian, Pak Fauzi, and Ibu Jenny from Balai Bahasa. Thank you very much. You are simply the best for me. Okay. Again, thank you very much for every one of you who are present here and out there in the virtual room for the shared enthusiasm to explore the vast realm of language and empowerment. May CONAPLIN the 16th inspire us all to embrace the incredible power of language and its potential to transform lives, communities, and the world. Enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Safrina MA, for such an empowering opening speech. And I hope we hope everybody attending on-site and also online feel empowered by the words of wisdom that Dr. Safrina has delivered previously. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join us to welcome the Vice Rector of Research, International Affairs, Partnership, and Business of UPI, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, MPDMA, to deliver his speech and officially open this event. To Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, the stage is yours, Bapak.
Selamat pagi. Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Dr. Tri Indri Hardini, Dean of Faculty of Language and Literature, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Honorable Director of International Affairs, Professor Ahmad Bukhari. Honorable Head of Balai Bahasa, the Language Center of UPI, Professor Safrina, and Honorable Associate Professor Wawan Gunawan, Head of Linguistics Study Program, and of course, Honorable Senior Professor, Professor Fuad Abdul Hamid, MA, and Professor Nenden Lengkanawati, MA. and honorable presenters, Professor Iwa Lukmana from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and Professor Jan Hadman from University of York, United Kingdom.
Recording in
And
progress.
Honorable Professor Egan Doran from Australian Catholic University. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Rector and the entire academic community of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, it is my greatest honor to express a warm welcome to each and every one of you at this remarkable international conference, CONAPLIN 16, with the theme Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We have come from different places, representing a variety of backgrounds, experiences, and expertise. Scholars, researchers, educators, and teachers join together at this conference to exchange ideas and share their best practices. I believe that we share a similar goal, which is the pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. We do hope that CONAPLIN 16 excites and inspires us to continue working for the advancement of applied linguistics, particularly in taking benefit of living in a super diverse world through cross-collaboration within our circles, networks, and beyond. Enormous thanks and appreciation to UPI Language Centers, Linguistics Study Program, English Education Study Program, and the committee who have worked hard preparing and organizing this conference. The solid teamwork makes this conference possible to be administered and becomes our asset toward the mission to make UPI a world-class university. Let us begin this conference with enthusiasm, and may our collective efforts during this 2 days conference foster a deeper understanding of the practical application of applied linguistics and inspire us to continue our work in promoting language empowerment. Once again, I want to thank you all for coming. I hope that this conference be a source of inspiration, knowledge, and collaboration, leading us to new frontiers of language and empowerment. To close my remark, I would like to congratulate everybody and have a great time at CONAPLIN 16. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftuh, MPD, MA.
Please give a round of applause once again to Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftuh, MPD, MA, and CONAPLIN 16th is officially open. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a special performance by Katumbiri from the Faculty of Language and Literature Educations of UPI. What are they going to perform? I am very curious. So without further ado, let's just invite Katumbiri from the Faculty of Language and Literature Education UPI.
All right, so from the dress that they are wearing, maybe they want to sing.
They want to sing? I don't think so, Kang Dimas. I think they will show some move. Ooh.
All right, I think they are ready. Ready? All right, once again, everybody give a big hand to Katumbiri.
Yay, what an amazing performance.
What amazing performance.
Wait.
Katumbiri, tunggu.
Jangan dulu
Jangan
pergi.
dulu pergi sebentar. Boleh dulu stay sebentar.
Let's have a chit chat for a second.
Yes.
Ngobrol-ngobrol dulu bentar ya.
Yeah. So everybody is from the Faculty of Language and Literature Education, UPI Bandung. Tapi apakah kalian bahasa Inggris atau dari mana jurusan?
Hamin 3 sampai Hamin 1 latihan buat fokus ini gitu.
Okay, so they are used to doing this, and every time they will have a performance, like D-3, yeah, Hamin 3, they would keep practicing, yeah.
Only 3 days before the day, and you gave such an incredible performance. Once again, give a big hand to
please to Katumbiri. Terima kasih Katumbiri.
Thank you Katumbiri. Silahkan boleh.
Boleh berberes-beres ya untuk Katumbiri.
Now, Kang Dimas, I think we're going to have an exciting session after Katumbiri's performance, and what is that?
Okay, so to all on-site attendees, this is the time for the photo session. So the photo session will take place outside the Hall of Lights ballroom, and our liaison officers will assist you, yeah, to arrange the pose, the place, and whatnot. So everybody, would you please stand up and join us outside?
Please.
And maybe to all online attendees, yeah, our team can take a screenshot also, yeah, untuk para peserta dan juga hadirin online. Our team will take a
We'll also take your picture, so please make sure you show us your best pose. For all on-site attendees, please join the committee.
To all on-site attendees, kindly join our committee outside for the photo session. And everybody is encouraged to join. And to all online attendees, please turn on your camera, ya, untuk para hadirin online melalui Zoom, harap dinyalakan dulu kameranya karena kita akan mengambil virtual photo, ya, virtual picture from our on-site attendees. Mungkin dari tim, you can show us the online attendees. Apakah sudah menyalakan kameranya? I know it's early still, yeah. But you can give your best pose by turning on your camera, and our team is ready to take a screenshot of all online attendees. Thank you very much. Ya, Bapak, Ibu, if you want to take the stairs position, on the stairs position, that would be all right.
Kita coba di sana gitu.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please return to Lights Ballroom for the first session.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now, please go back to your seats since we are now welcoming our first keynote presentation.
To all our online attendees, how was your photo session? How was your online photo session? All right.
I'm sure it was nice,
Yeah,
Kang Dimas?
absolutely. We do wish that all online attendees could visit and also come to the Green Hill Universal Hotel, ya Mutia,
Yes.
to experience and also to witness the beauty of Bandung.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And especially the Hall of Light Ballroom itself. And we have a lot for our online attendees to experience here.
Ya, langsung Profesor baru break. Ya, baru break. Ya. Okay, I think some of the attendees are still enjoying the beauty of GH Universal Hotel, Muti. Yeah. Okay.
Just invite them to go back to
Yes.
the Hall of Light Ballroom.
Welcome back to the Hall of Lights Ballroom, to all on-site attendees. We are about to commence our very first session, ya
Yes.
Mutia?
And that will be the keynote presentation from Professor Jan Hartman. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Hall of Light Ballroom, Green Hill Universal Hotel, Bandung.
welcome to the Honorable Vice Rector for Education and Students Affairs, Professor Dr. Didi Sukyadi, MA. Yeah, I think everybody in the ballroom is returning already to the Hall of Lights ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony of the 16th International Conference on Applied Linguistics. We will now proceed to the first keynote presentation.
The keynote presentation will be delivered by Professor Jan Hartman from the University of York. The session is entitled Empowering Learning Through Classroom Dialogue and Dialogic Pedagogy, and this session will be chaired by Dr. Lulu Laila Amalia, MPD.
Dr. Laila Amalia, MPD is a lecturer from the English Education Study Program at UPI Bandung. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Professor Jan Hartman and Dr. Lulu Laila Amalia, MPD.
The stage is yours.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, my name is Lulu Laila Amalia, and I will chair the session, the first keynote speaker. On this occasion, we shall have an outstanding presentation from our first keynote speaker, Professor Jan Hartman from University of York. She will deliver her paper for 60 minutes, 45 minutes for delivering the presentation, and 15 minutes for question and answer session. Before the presentation begins, please allow me to read her short bio. Jan Hartman is Professor of Language Education at the University of York, United Kingdom. Her research focuses on classroom discourse and interaction, dialogic pedagogy and teacher education across all phases of education. She has published extensively on classroom talk, dialogic pedagogy, and teacher professional development. In addition, she has worked on numerous research projects, including a large-scale randomized controlled trial of a teacher professional development intervention aimed at improving the quality of classroom talk, learning engagement, and student attainment in primary schools that serve socially deprived areas of England. Her research employs mixed methods that use quantitative and qualitative data collection and analysis approaches. Informed by her research, Jan contributes to staff professional development courses on teaching and learning in schools and higher education. Again, she will have 45 minutes to deliver the presentation about empowering learning through classroom dialogue and dialogic pedagogy. Without further ado, Professor Jan Hartman, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to everyone here and also online. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum. My name is Jan Hardman, and that's my professional name. And my personal name is Jan Abdul Kadir. And I'm originally from Malaysia, although I haven't lived there for 43 years. And I feel immensely privileged and honored to be here today. And this is my first trip to Indonesia. Could I just take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee? And I would like to say a few names as well, who have been in touch either virtually or in person. I would like to say big thank yous to Miss Zoya. She has been incredible. We met in Jakarta. She picked me up with Ika. And thank you very much for being so kind to pick me up and drop me off here. And Dr. Associate Professor Wan Gunawan, who has been in touch with me via email and giving me all absolutely useful information. And Jeannie, who also has contacted me and given me lots of information and been so kind with your help with everything. I had the privilege of meeting in person in the UK, Dr. Safrina, and Lulu, and Eka. So it's lovely to meet you all again here and for bringing me here. And also thank you for all of you being here either in person or online. So I'm just going to start talking about my work and share my research expertise. My background is in applied linguistics, and I've been doing lots of teaching and research, both in applied linguistics and education. So my lecture today relates to two main things in terms of you as teachers, the science of teaching. Teaching is a skillful profession. It is scientific. And the way you teach is underpinned by research, by understanding of teaching and learning, and students. So the science of teaching is relevant to what we are doing here today, to my talk. I want to emphasize in my talk what makes a real difference to learning and how to use language to empower learning. And your role as teacher to help students to use language to develop their subject matter knowledge, to use language to empower them to cognitively develop their thinking skills and to hopefully lead to positive educational attainment. So what is the talk going to be about? So the empowering learning through classroom dialogue and dialogic pedagogy. So I'm just going to focus on what is dialogue and what is dialogic pedagogy. And what we're going to be doing today is relevant to all subject disciplines, not just English language teaching, to all phases of education, from early years all the way to postgraduate education. So I hope you take away from this talk lots of tips for you to enhance your teaching effectiveness and to foster engagement for your students to learn in your classroom. So let's start the talk today. So what I'm going to do today is I want to focus on 4 interrelated areas. I will first introduce the concept of classroom talk, the traditional classroom talk, the way we talk to our students on a daily basis. Its role, which is very important, it has a critical role in teaching and learning. However, it has its limitations. So my argument here is we need to do something about it, to enrich it. So next is to enrich the traditional classroom interaction, the interaction between teachers and students, and also to foster the interaction between students and students by transforming that traditional recitation, we call it, classroom interaction in a traditional way. We also refer to it as recitation, by transforming it into dialogue, into classroom dialogue. And I'm going to also talk through the immense benefits of classroom dialogue to teaching. It makes teaching much more enjoyable to teachers and much more powerful and meaningful to students. And I'm also going to argue in my talk that classroom talk or classroom interaction, interaction, I'm using the 2 terms interchangeably, can and should be transformed into rich and productive classroom dialogue because it makes the most significant difference, as I've said earlier on. I will then discuss how a dialogic pedagogy, this is an innovative approach and empirically proven as effective in teaching in various subject disciplines and phases of education, how a dialogic pedagogy can harness, can foster, can improve, can maximize classroom dialogue. And finally, I will make a case for classroom dialogue. Why does it matter? And I will do so by drawing on international research and illustrating some of my own research today. So I have a little exercise for you just to get your mind to work, to warm you up. And after all, this is about interaction. So I would like you to do a bit of interacting, perhaps with somebody sitting next to you. So most of us here are involved in teaching. So shall we think together and do this exercise? I would like you to reflect on your typical classroom practice, how you talk to your students in the classroom, particularly when you ask them questions. If you don't teach now, perhaps you can reflect on or remember how you were taught once before. All of us have gone through university education. So think of the answers to these 3 questions. Number 1 is, how often do you ask open or authentic questions? And these questions have multiple responses or some unknown information. So how often do you ask open questions in class? Let me give you an example of open question. Say, let's use the typical closed question, which is what teachers tend to use in class when asked students questions. For instance, a closed question is, you can ask a question, imagine you ask questions like, where is Bandung located? Right? So there is one answer to that question, because it's a factual question. However, open question would be something like, what is special about Bandung? What is special about Bandung? And the teacher doesn't know what the answers would be, because there are multiple answers to these questions. So I want to know, reflect on your own teaching practice, how often do you ask open questions in the classroom? And the second question is, I would like you to typically, what do you do then with students' answers to your questions, students' responses? A, do you say nothing? And then quickly on, you might nod, and you say nothing at all, and quickly move on to the next question, or student, or topic. Or you may say something very briefly, comment on the student response, and then move on to the next question, topic, or student. Or C, you generate a new question based on the student's response. So how often do you use A, B, or C? Do you use C at all? Or do you always use B? Or do you use A or B? Have a think about those answers to your question by reflecting on your practice. And finally, the question is, how often do you probe? Do you dig deeper students' responses by asking follow-up questions such as, why do you think so? What's the evidence for saying this? So those are the three questions I'd like you to reflect on in your teaching practice. And maybe you can have a little discussion with the person sitting next to you. I'm going to give you about a minute or so. Make as much noise as you wish.
Baik, Bapak Ibu silakan berdiskusi dengan teman sebelah mengenai pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang ditampilkan di layar. Selama 3 menit, silakan Bapak Ibu. Bisa bertanya sama teman di sebelahnya. Untuk yang mengajar, saya kira Bapak Ibu semuanya mengajar ya.
If you are a student, you could perhaps think about your teachers, your lecturers. How often do they use these questions? Okay, I think that should warm up your thinking. And could I just ask, question number 1, if you ask open question very often, can I see your hands please? Raise your hands. Very often. Excellent. I could see a few hands there. And clearly, what about question number 2? What do you typically do? Can I see hands who chose A? Answer A. I'm putting you on the spot here, aren't you? Yeah. B? Yes. C? Very good. Excellent. Thank you. And how often, question number 3, how often do you probe your students' responses? Yes? Can I see hands? Very often? Okay, we have a few hands. That's great. So I'm here. At the end of this talk, I hope that you will be able to make use of these questions very well in the classroom to improve the experience of your students' learning and also to make it a bit more enjoyable for teachers to teach. So thank you for doing this exercise. And so these questions contribute to the theme of today's talk, which will become very clear to you later. So I want to share some quotes about talking, about interacting in the classroom. So educational research shows that teachers, you'll be surprised, talk about 70 to 80% of the time in the classroom. And so in other words, if you teach English, teachers do most of the talking, and students don't talk very much. So less than 30% perhaps. And most of the talk that the teachers produce, according to the research, is of the lowest engagement. Lowest engagement conceptually, in terms of subject matter, behaviorally, in terms of active participation, and cognitively, in terms of thinking. So that's what educational research shows. So there is a lot of room for us teachers to develop, to maximize, to empower student learning. The second quote is from Mark Twain, if you're familiar with his name. He said, "If teaching were as simple as telling, we would be smarter by now." So what this suggests is students these days don't need much knowledge. The reason being they've got their smartphone. If they want to see the opposite, the opposite of coming is going, they just look at their online dictionary or their phone. So that's a lot of, these days students can Google for knowledge at their fingertips. So there's no point teachers telling them lots of knowledge in the classroom. What should be focused on instead during classroom time is to get students to use the knowledge, to generate knowledge, to co-produce with other students, understanding knowledge and use it, not just to obtain knowledge, because they could do it in their own time. So teachers need to give knowledge, but enough for students to make good use of it, to think about it, and to generate new knowledge. So that's what Mark Twain is suggesting, or at least my interpretation of Mark Twain's quote. And the third quote is, it's about the use of technology in the classroom. And there is often that teachers say, "Oh, I bring lots of technology in my classroom, I'm doing very well." But technology is good at getting students to get together and get them to engage. But the teacher plays a very important role still in the classroom. So what and how the teacher says things and does in the classroom is critical for learning. I have a few suggestions or ideas or propositions that underpin my thinking when I do my research. So the first one is classroom interaction or classroom talk or classroom discourse, whatever you say, is often taken for granted. We don't think about how we say things to students very much. We just take it for granted because it's not a tool. Technology is a tool, but speech is not really given much attention. We just take it for granted. So, however, this is understandable as there are multiple things that teachers must think about before a lesson. What to teach, how much to cover, what activities to set up, how to manage classroom issues, and etc. So it is very important that we do not take what we say to students for granted, classroom interaction. Instead, we must look at it, view classroom talk, teachers' interaction, as a pedagogical tool, as a tool for teaching and learning. Like any tool, it can be used well or badly. And you get students who don't like classes because the teachers don't use the classroom talk well. So it is important to look at the way we talk to our students as a tool. Third, teachers have a powerful influence on children, on students. How they talk to them can influence memory, memorization, learning, and motivation to learn. Next, classroom interaction, the traditional sense, definitely has its benefits, has a role to play, a very important role to play. We have to use it. However, it can and should be transformed into richer and more productive classroom dialogue. This takes us to the following proposition. Classroom dialogue fosters active participation and empowerment, and advances conceptual learning, subject matter learning, and cognitive engagement, thinking, which leads to positive educational outcomes. The sixth proposition is that a dialogic pedagogy, something that I'm going to introduce to you today, can harness classroom dialogue as it places classroom talk central to learning and teaching. And finally, teachers need to be trained in a dialogic pedagogy. It's not something that people can just use casually because it has a lot of strategies and tools that teachers could benefit from in their teaching. So dialogic pedagogy is not about using a single method, but choosing a repertoire, a broad range of talk strategies and tools to suit a teaching context, either teaching English, teaching mathematics, teaching science in primary schools, secondary schools, or higher education. Therefore, teachers need to understand this approach and adopt it skillfully. Let me just share with you approaches to teaching and learning. How the brain, our brain, or students' brain, learn on average, and the retention rates after 24 hours, and also cooperative learning. I'm going to give you a few seconds to just digest the information on the slide. As you can see, we learn, if we lecture telling students, they only remember 5% of what we tell them the next day. We learn 10% of what we read. We learn 20% of what we hear. We learn 30% of what we see. And we learn 50% of what we hear and see. And audiovisual presentation, about 20%, and so on. The lower parts, the yellow bits, discussion, learning by doing, teach each other, get students to explain things to one another. So we learn 70% of what we discuss with others. We learn 80% of what we experience personally. And we learn 95% of what we teach to someone else. That's incredible. So what the diagrams show, and research-based that underpin this program, show that individualized learning on their own produces the least learning benefits or gains, such as listening to a lecture or reading. On the other hand, active, social, experiential, collective, collaborative, and discourse-rich learning approaches yield the most significant gains, and the knowledge gained is sustained and is lasting. As you can see, this is underpinned by strong research on teaching and learning and what benefits students and the different ways of teachers teach. So my suggestion is try to maximize the social aspect of learning rather than individual aspect of learning, or maybe a combination of the two with a focus on the social, experiential aspect of learning. Now let's look at the traditional classroom discourse, classroom talk, and the model here. So discourse analysis research shows that classroom interaction has three parts, or has a three-part structure: initiation, teacher initiation question, response, and teacher feedback, alternatively, no feedback. So normally, just imagine in the classroom, you ask the students, what is the capital of Indonesia? And that is a teacher initiation question, normally closed question. There is one answer, Jakarta. And the student's response, because it's right there, very quickly, provide brief response or even one word to display their knowledge. The answer would be Jakarta. Okay? And then the teacher then offers feedback after the student's giving the answer to that question by saying, okay, or the teacher can repeat the student's question by saying, Jakarta. And the teacher may evaluate a little by saying, good, well done. I'm sure you're familiar with this kind of talk structure. We all use it. However, this type of evaluation of feedback is of low cognitive level. In other words, students don't have to think. The answer is Jakarta. They just display what they know without thinking. So, however, alternatively, as you can see in the model, it's not uncommon for the teacher not to say anything at this point. What is the capital of Indonesia? Jakarta. Moving on to the next question, to the next student, or to the next topic. No evaluation, no feedback whatsoever, and the students probably say, okay, yes, Jakarta, it's easy answer. But if there is not an easy answer, the student is left dangling. Is my answer correct? Or is it acceptable by the teacher? Because the teacher doesn't say anything. Okay? And so this is an example of what we call traditional IRF, initiation feedback response script look like, which is deemed is restrictive to learning and thinking. And in language teaching, this kind of interaction model prohibits students from practicing their language. So what I'm trying to say here, we need to do something about it so that we can maximize, empower students in their learning experience. Let me give you an example of this, which I have given you an example. And we can't help looking at transcripts or text because we're all applied linguists. So I'm just going to put you through the pain of going through a short example of the script. As you can see there, this is a lesson transcript from real lesson of primary school students, a classroom lesson in English. They are between the age of 9 and 10 years old. And the topic of that day's lesson is good handwriting. This is an English class in the UK. So you can see in line 1 is a closed question. What is good handwriting? And the teacher said, Isabel, nominating the student, Isabel. It is a closed question because there is only one possible answer to this question. In line 2, Isabel answers, it has to be neat and legible. It's very brief. There is no expansion of that because it's a very close question and the answer is very simple. And in line 3, the teacher finishes that stretch of interaction by repeating the student answer. It has to be neat and legible. There is no additional information. The teacher simply repeats the student answer. So there is no new exposure to language or no new opportunity for language practice on the part of the students. And it finishes there. And the teacher starts again, the new exchange. So the first exchange is line 1, line 2, and line 3, initiation, response, and feedback. Line 4 is the start of new exchange, new fragment of the classroom interaction. What does legible mean, Lucy? That's initiation, closed question, and Lucy answers, understand it. That's what it means, understand it. So the teacher in line 6 says, repeating Lucy's answer, so to understand it. As you can see, there is no new information, no new opportunity to practice language on the part of the students, and it's a new fragment of interaction. So as you can see in this example, there is a quick succession of closed teacher questions and brief student answers that display their knowledge, that it doesn't get them to really think through their answers in an extended way. So this kind of interaction is restrictive, is fragmented, and there is no forward trajectory, no forward direction. It just finishes there. It's very retrospective in its approach. So this is a teacher-led traditional recitation. So if it has limitation, it's very closing, it's inhibitive. So what can we do to enrich our classroom interaction? So I'm going to introduce the concept of classroom dialogue and how we can enrich it. What's the time? Is it okay? 20 minutes to go. Fantastic. So in this slide, the concept of classroom dialogue is presented. It is an instructional practice. It is a teaching practice where talk, discourse, interaction is critical to teaching and learning, and students' contributions, student ideas are central. It is a student-centered approach to talking in the classroom rather than teaching. The teacher dominating the interaction is opening up the space and the platform for students to express their ideas and to do most of the talking. And this is particularly important if you're teaching language. The whole idea is getting students to grasp knowledge, concepts of language, and to use it and to generate new understanding. So classroom dialogue is characterized as sustained, not fragmented, talk exchanges between the teacher and students, and between student and student, where the concepts are probed, are explored, are dug deeper, built upon, and challenged. Classroom dialogue deepens conceptual understanding, student subject matter knowledge and understanding, and thinking, forces students to think. Therefore, they could develop their skills, attitudes, and dispositions. I draw on the work of Robin Alexander, whom I collaborated with me. And he's the one who created the concept of dialogic pedagogy. So I am linking my applied linguistics, classroom discourse, and dialogue with his dialogic pedagogy. So he defines classroom dialogue as the oral exchange and deliberative handling of information, ideas, and opinions. In other words, the students think about what they say and measure the merits and demerits of what they say, of the ideas that they are exposed to in the classroom. It involves argumentation, and evaluation, merits and demerits of ideas and opinions. So what does it look like? This is what I've done. So Sinclair and Coulthard started with a three-part structure: teacher initiation question, closed question often, student response, often brief, one sentence, one word, like Jakarta, and teacher feedback, which normally is good, well done, or repeat, Jakarta. I have extended this model by making it richer, more productive in classroom interaction, transforming it to empower student learning. So I created two more sections where, rather than finishing with feedback, the teacher asks a follow-up question. And students, therefore, respond to that question. And this follow-up question tends to be an open, authentic question. And because it's an open question, students have to think about what they say in response to that question, and their answers or responses are extended and expansive, and using critical thinking. So the fourth section is what we call teacher follow-up moves or questions, and the fifth one, extended student responses or expansive student responses. In the follow-up moves, the teacher incorporates the previous student's response into the next question. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't get dropped. The teacher carries on by asking another question based on the student's answer. In other words, so this is the bit, the fourth bit, and the fifth part of the structure is where ideas are explored critically and knowledge are generated, are co-produced, co-constructed. So follow-up questions, as you can see in this model, lead to extended and expansive student responses or contributions. Before moving on, I want to add that students should be encouraged and empowered to also ask follow-up questions. It's not just the teacher's job. The teacher should encourage students to ask follow-up questions. So in summary, dialogic talk moves are used to advance the interaction and scaffold thinking and the co-construction of knowledge. So I have defined what classroom dialogue looks like, and it is an extension, a transformation of the traditional recitation or traditional classroom interaction. This is a bit gobbledygook, so I'm just going to quickly talk over, if you're not into linguistic analysis of classroom lesson transcripts, so maybe this might be a bit too tedious for you. But let me just talk over. So this is what classroom dialogue looks like, where the teacher uses follow-up talk moves. So this is a transcript from, again, from the same class, 9 to 10 years old, English lesson in the UK, and the topic of that lesson is writing clear instructions. The teacher asks students to come up with a series of instructions to get something done. So what you can see there is the teacher say how to make fire. So the students are, this one student called Phoebe gave her instructions of how to make fire. So what would your first instruction be, Phoebe? It's an initiation, but it's an open question. And then the Phoebe says, first of all, make sure you have tinder. Tinder means dry grass, dry leaves, cotton wool, and so on. You can see that the first question, line 1, is open question, and line 2, the student answer, is quite large, quite extended, and giving specific information. And the teacher, rather than finishing by saying good and moving on to the next student, the teacher stays with Phoebe and carry on, bringing another student to that interaction by asking Jessica. So what do you like about Phoebe's first introduction? And Jessica, a new student, comes in, adding to, so what I'm going to say is, we have got very little time here. I'm going to say that, so line 3, 10, and 12 are examples of open-ended and follow-up questions where students' answers are expansive. So this is what I'm going to say. So how do you ask follow-up open questions or dialogic talk most? There are 7 ways. You can ask expand question, where the teacher stays and asks students to say more to clarify their thinking. You can say, okay, tell me more. Revoice question by asking, so you are saying that, so the students repeat or clarifies their thinking. And the third follow-up question could be in the form of add-on question, where the teacher asks students to add to another's contribution. Have you got anything to add? Rephrase question, can you tell Kieran what has just been said? That forces students to think, to listen to another student's contribution. This is an important one, agree to and disagree. The teacher asks if students or other students agree or disagree with another student's contribution. Do we agree with X, Y, Z? Why questions, which forces critical thinking. Why do you think so? What is the evidence? So the teacher stays with the same student and asks for evidence or reasoning. And finally, challenge question, where the teacher challenges students' thinking. But what if? So this is the most important part, getting students to think. So those are 7 different ways in which teachers could use open follow-up questions, which elicits expansive, extended student responses. So what is dialogic pedagogy? It's underpinned by collective, reciprocal, supportive, cumulative, and purposeful. I don't think we'll have time for that. I'm just going to, in order to set up the right conditions, classroom climate, for students to feel empowered to express the ideas, to contribute, to think, and to not feel afraid to make mistakes, we need to set up a classroom climate which is conducive. So you can ask students, making sure you've got ground rules for talk. You can put it up on the front of the classroom, poster, making sure that everybody follows the rules. And for example, you can ask students to speak loudly, ask them, all of them, to participate, not just 1 or 2. Take your time when making contribution. You can get students to think and take the time. Don't be afraid to make a mistake. Listen carefully to each other, respect each other's ideas, and respectfully to disagree. Ask questions. Very important to get students to ask questions, not just a teacher's job. Give reasons for their thinking and getting them to clarify, summarize their contribution. And you can use all of those things. I think it is important for you to say, there is no such thing as a stupid question. So encourage students to, and please don't be afraid to make mistake. Mistake is good for learning. So make sure you have got these different ground rules and making sure that everybody is on board and participate using these ground rules. So why does classroom dialogue matter? International research says it's proven to be very effective. And I'm going to use one of my it's been 3 or 4 years now, a large-scale randomized controlled trial of the dialogic teaching intervention study. And I'm just going to say, so that study asked 2 questions. Does dialogic teaching improve students' classroom talk, the quality of classroom talk? Does dialogic teaching have an impact, positive impact on students' educational outcome? So it is a big study. It costs about £500,000 UK to do this study. It's a 3-year study involving 76 schools in economically deprived areas of England. And so we divided the schools into control and intervention, and then we measure the impact, focusing on the research questions. And the intervention, I wouldn't say too much about it. We don't have much time. And the design there is up to analyzing the data to make sure that the findings are rigorous. So the findings is that after the intervention, the teachers who received training in dialogic teaching have impacted positively on student educational outcome, and those children make 2 additional months progress in English. So they jump 2 months because of the intervention. And the quality of talk improved as well, where these teachers used a broad range of talk types, expanded the repertoire of talk moves and strategies, and students' answers become extended and expansive. And there is a lot more student-to-student interaction. And finally, there are social emotional benefits of dialogic pedagogy, where students feel they are more active, they feel confident, and it's much more inclusive because they invite other children or other students to engage in a discussion, and clearly leading to empowerment using language. And finally, I'm just going to look at this. The red one is before the intervention, and after the intervention, you can see that the teacher uses, before the intervention, the teachers don't use agree or disagree talk moves, but after the intervention, they use agree or disagree, and they use revoice, they use why question a lot more, and they use challenge question. So those are specific examples of dialogic talk moves that the teachers employ in the classroom after the training. So why is the classroom so rare? And you can see that because there's a lot to cover, we don't have much time. Or students don't want to speak, they are very reluctant to speak. Or my students, especially in language teaching, their English level is not high enough to engage. But it doesn't matter. You can speak in Chinese or in Indonesian, but use the same tools, the same ways, the same strategies. Yeah. And so those are the reasons why dialogic classroom is so rare. And finally, the power of classroom dialogue. I missed the word dialogue, which is the theme of this conference. Classroom dialogue encourages active and respectful listening, deepens conceptual understanding and reasoning, encourages students to think, boosts memory by building mental connections, improves educational attainment, as illustrated in my research earlier, support language development and communication, build confidence, a sense of agency, autonomy, and empowerment, and support social skills and active citizenship and emotional being as well. So this is the power of classroom dialogue, which can be harnessed by dialogic pedagogy. And finally, in conclusion, classroom talk is central. The traditional also plays a very important role, but I think we as teachers need to transform it into a much richer and productive classroom interaction in the classroom to maximize students' learning and also to develop skills that they need to use, employability skills, citizenships outside the classroom. And also, dialogic pedagogy needs to be trained. Teachers don't just pick it up because it is an approach. It tells teachers the different ways of using strategies and tools to maximize teaching and learning. I think that's about it. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Hartman. So we have, before we close the session, we have 10 minutes. Can we have 10 minutes or 15 minutes? 10 minutes, okay. We have 10 minutes left for question and answer session. So I invite participants from on-site and also online. Okay, from on-site session first. And participants from online, you may also ask questions by raising hands and then open the audio. Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Irfan Batubara and I'm doing my doctoral degree in UPI. Actually, I'm from Medan, one of the provinces in Sumatra. So it's very interesting when Professor, can I call you Professor Hartman? Okay, talk about the dialogic and then talk about the deliberation of deliberative information process. And to tell you the truth, I think if you are a student in Indonesia, actually, I'm doing my primary to doctoral degree only in Indonesia, but I think it's more than enough. So the level of deliberative information process is, is something like exclusive. So I'm going to say, if you want to reach that level, deliberative information process, at least you have to go to master degree if you are in Indonesia. And luckily, actually, especially in my process of writing my thesis, it happens to me. Actually, Pak Wawan is one of my supervisor. So I undergo the deliberative information process, especially when we discuss about the theory of my research, for example. So the discrepancy between maybe your research in UK context and in Indonesia can be revealed from the fact or from my experience. So I hope you say something about that. You get not from that. So my question is, actually in philosophic teaching, I see there's supposed to be a meeting of the teacher belief and the students belief, because in my experience when I teach in vocational school, for example, in the level of senior high, sometimes I'm feeling so tired, and it's my fourth class in that day, for example, and I'm thinking of why would I spend too much time talking to my students, for example. So how do you have any suggestion to teachers maybe or to participants here, how to manage our belief so that the dialogic or this classroom talk happen in this context? Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much for that question. You mentioned about teachers feeling tired and students feeling tired, and teachers feeling tired because they talk too much, and students feeling tired because they just sit there listening. They're not being active cognitively and physically. So we could change that with a dialogic pedagogy. And teachers believes with a dialogic pedagogy, we're coming from, in terms of linguistics, grammar translation approach, where teachers is the boss. Tradition, we know everything. We just tell students what language is about, how to use language. But my work comes from the opposite end, interactional approach. So my work comes from learning and teaching is the social process. And I showed you on the slides about when students participate, experience, they understand more and they retain more later. And so teachers believe, if the teachers come into teaching with a very traditional belief, I should know everything, I should tell students everything, and I'm here to pour knowledge into their heads, it's not going to work with dialogic pedagogy. Dialogic pedagogy, in order to improve the level, the quality of classroom interaction, is handing over, trusting your students to do the learning, to teach each other. And showing them the confidence, showing them the respect for your students' ideas, even though the ideas are half thought through. And give students opportunities to feel safe, to ask questions. There is no such thing as a stupid question. So teachers need to change their mindset. This is a very progressive approach to teaching and learning. And these days, students are very empowered. They've got the tool in their hands. They can get information at any time, any kind of information. So in a way, teachers are a bit redundant. So the role of the teacher is not to transmit knowledge, But the role of the teacher is to facilitate students' learning by providing a safe classroom climate, getting them to ask questions, asking questions, getting students to come in, different students, not just one student, and getting students to talk to one another, to ask questions of one another. So, so teachers' belief needs to be changed because you need to hand over, bit by bit, the control. So the classroom should be democratic. This is how you empower students. You need to make the classroom democratic. You can't be dictator in the classroom. So if you have a very traditional old belief system, it's not going to work. The teachers need to change their mindset. I'm not saying changing overnight, but gradually over time, they will embrace this new way of teaching and learning, new beliefs about teaching and learning, and new attitudes towards their students, and give them the trust, the confidence, and the empowerment to use language to maximize their learning experience. Have I answered your question?
Okay, we have one question from participants online. Please unmute your microphone.
Good to see you, Professor Yan. It's an honor for me to listen to your talk, even though virtually. I did quite similar research, but my focus was on teacher supervision. One of the challenges in my research using dialogicity, at the time I used Michel Bachtin concept. It was the time management. That most of the time we took longer time to conduct this dialogic session or dialogic pedagogy implementation. My very short and simple question, what do you suggest to make it not only effective but efficient? And then the second one, I found that you did it with longitudinal research. How did you cope with this issue of making this dialogic pedagogy implemented in simple way, understandable and more practical in nature? Thank you. Looking forward to your response.
Thank you very much for that really good question. Could I just ask the first question? I think I picked up the second question. The first question is?
How to make the challenge in time management becoming more
time management, okay. Dialogic teaching is slow, as you can see. Getting students to ask, to provide extended answer, that takes time. If you only got half an hour or an hour, so dialogic teaching is a much slower pace. One of the things I found quite useful is to get students to do the homework, to do the reading, to do the tasks before they come to class. So the whole idea, going back to knowledge, understanding knowledge, is students can get knowledge anywhere, anytime. And what to do with that knowledge in the classroom. So dialogic teaching using discussion, for instance, pair talk, group work, and with a bit of transmission of knowledge to refresh their memory about the knowledge that you have asked them to read beforehand, to do a bit of activity. So the best way to do that, I don't know which way, is to get students to do a lot of the work as much as possible before they turn up to class, and to maximize the classroom hour to students talking about what they understand from reading, building on what they understand and building on what another student, because when we read something, she understands it in a different way, I understand it in a different way, and so on. So we've got those multiple perspectives and different ways of understanding, and we have conceptual gaps as well. So the role of the classroom hour is to make sure that we identify student gaps and to get them to fill the gaps through discussion, a pair talk, or with teachers' supervision and intervention. So that's one way in terms of maximizing the classroom time to accommodate dialogic way of teaching. Dialogic teaching, as I said, is not a single method, it's an approach. And it's a lot to learn, it's a lot to practice over time. You can't be a dialogic teacher in 1 year. You have to gradually building on, but once you get it, everything will be second nature to you. So when something is lasting, it takes a bit of time to grasp and to practice. So one of the ways to do that, I would say 2 things. If you don't have much time and you're interested in adopting dialogic approach to teaching, is by creating a good, positive classroom climate using the ground rules for talk. Everybody knows what they are responsible for when they turn up to your classroom. Everybody needs to participate. Please don't be afraid to make mistakes, or please don't be shy when you ask questions. There is no such thing as a stupid question, so on. Get them feel comfortable. That is setting up the right conditions for the learning situation. And secondly, is to make use of the 7 follow-up talk moves that I presented. Because we've tried those using a randomized controlled experimental study, and that worked because students did have positive educational results as a result of using these dialogic talk moves. So in terms of traditional approach, close question, brief answer, feedback, extend that. For instance, what is the capital of Jakarta? What is the capital of Indonesia? Jakarta. Okay, thank you. Why is Jakarta the capital? You're asking, probing, why? And the students may say, let me think. Oh, because the parliament is there, because all the financial sectors, all the headquarters are there. So they come up with all kinds of wonderful answers. And then get students, what else can you add to those answers? So the interaction becomes richer, longer, and students think, and you're building knowledge that way. Does it help? So 2 things, set up a good positive classroom climate using the ground rules for talk, and make use of the dialogic talk moves, and then gradually, just use talk moves, for instance, expand, can you say more? And then the next class, can you say why? And the next class, can you say, you use revoice? And then after a while, you make use of, it's like a toolbox. You've got a box full of tools, and you just picked the ones that work for you for that day with that group of students. I think that's about it.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Right. Okay, so I think the time's up, Professor Hartman. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a big round of applause for Professor Jan Hartman. Thank you very much for sharing your empowering, inspiring, and also enlightening talk. I think that concludes this session for the first keynote speaker, and the next agenda I will deliver to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. Thank you very much, Professor Jan Hartman and Dr. Lulu Laila Amalia, MPD, once again. And we would also like to invite Dr. Safrina MA to hand over the token of appreciation to our remarkable speaker.
Please give big round of applause to Professor Jan Hartman and Dr. Safrina MA. What an amazing keynote presentation from Professor Jan Hartman. Thank you so much once again, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a 10-minute break. The coffee break is available here at the Hall of Lights ballroom or at the back side. Also, during the break, to all on-site attendees, please visit the BenQ Lounge experience to familiarize yourself with the latest technology from BenQ. Because you will use the device during your on-site presentations. So please make sure you visit their booth, you write your name, you get the merchandise because, Muti,
there will be a special door prize on the second day of CONAPLIN for the lucky attendees. So please make sure to write your name at the BenQ Lounge.
Exactly. And also to all on-site and online attendees, all materials from our speakers will be sent all together with the e-certificate. And all materials will be sent to your emails alongside the certificate. Thank you very much and enjoy your break. Thank you. Also to all on-site attendees, we have the photo booth corner on the first floor.
Right before the stairs?
Yes, exactly. So you can visit the BenQ Lounge, the photo booth corner, and take beautiful pictures there.
Yes.
Yeah, the coffee break. Yeah. Yes. And please return to the Hall of Lights Ballroom at 10:15 a.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Recording stopped.
I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, The offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops.
Ladies and gentlemen, while enjoying
especially for
the coffee
teachers.
break,
so there will
we are
be
about to
programs
proceed
where
to
teachers
the
can share
next
their best
session,
practices.
which is
We
the
will
first
also have
workshop
a program which is dedicated
that will be
especially
delivered by
for
Lungu
research
Aryang
conducted
Bangga
by
M.
students.
Appling,
So that means
and
there
from
are
the
plenty to
University
choose
of
from.
Sydney,
That sounds like
and
empowerment.
Yegan
doesn't it?
Doran,
So
PhD,
do join us in our conference
from
online and
Australian
offline.
Catholic
Whereas the online
University.
session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space. The offline sessions will also provide the chance to know
Welcome
Bandung
back,
better.
ladies and
You will
gentlemen.
have
Please join us in welcoming our first workshop session from Lungu Aryang Bangga M. Appling from the University of Sydney and Yegan Duran, PhD from Australian Catholic University, entitled Analyzing Text for Applied Linguistics. This session will be chaired by Arif Hussein Lubis MPD, and Arif Hussein Lubis MPD is a lecturer from the Korean Language Education Study at UPI Bandung. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Lungu Aryang Bangga M. Appling and Yegan Doran, PhD.
Check, check. All right, everyone. First of all, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all audiences of the 16th CONAPLIN at GH Universal Hotel. I am Arif Hussein Lubis. I will be the moderator of the first workshop session in this lovely morning with Mr. Lungu Aryang Bangga and Mr. Yegan Doran. Very nice to meet you. And how are you doing?
We're doing very well.
Okay, great. So the workshop topic will be about analyzing text for applied linguistics. While enjoying your break and your coffee, as well as the snacks, I will read the short bio of the two great speakers around us. The first speaker is Lungu Aryang Bangga. He is a PhD candidate and casual academic at the Department of Linguistics, School of Humanities, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, the University of Sydney. He is also a full-time lecturer at the English Literature Department, Faculty of Literature, Culture and Communication Studies, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Yogyakarta. He holds a Master of Applied Linguistics from the same university, where he received the MAK Holiday Medal for Outstanding Achievement. His research focuses on Sundanese ideational grammar, with a particular emphasis on register and discourse semantics. He has published several papers in renowned journals published by Taylor and Francis and Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He has also presented his work at various national and international conferences, and he is actively involved in the academic communities as a reviewer and editorial board member for several journals. The second great presenter, Mr. Yegan John Doran. how should I call you anyway? Yegan, okay. Thank you. So Mr. Yegan is a senior lecturer in English language and literacy at the Australian Catholic University. His research centers around language, semiotics, knowledge, and education. He has made significant contributions to the fields of educational linguistics, discourse analysis, language description, and multimodality in English, and currently Sundanese. Dr. Yegan holds a PhD in linguistics from the University of Sydney, where he also completed his Bachelor of Liberal Studies with honors. He has authored and co-edited numerous books, including The Discourse of Physics, Building Knowledge Through Language, Mathematics, and Image, and Teaching Science, Knowledge, Language, and Pedagogy, both published by Routledge, and articles in several renowned journals such as Taylor and Prentice, John Benjamins, and Sage. Dr. Yegan is actively involved in various professional positions and activities, serving as an editorial board member for Word Journal, and chairing the MAK Holiday Prize Working Group in 2022, and holding leadership roles in the Australian Systemic Functional Linguistic Association since 2013. Mr. Lungu and Mr. Yegan will lead us to explore practical text analysis using systemic functional linguistics. It focuses on a discourse semantic toolkit to analyze text across registers and genres, considering their social context. This workshop is expected to provide a toolkit which is applicable in various fields like education, discourse analysis, forensics, and literary studies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I will give it the time and floor to Mr. Lungu and Mr. Yegan. The time and floor is yours.
Thank you very much. That is a wonderful introduction, and thank you very much to everyone who is here. And I, in particular, want to thank and congratulate the CONAPLIN committee and Pawawan in particular. The conference organisation and the venue is gorgeous and wonderful. So thank you very much. And it's an honour to be here speaking with Lungu today. We will be focusing on how you might go about analysing texts for applied linguistics. Texts are the basic piece of data that we use in applied linguistics all the time, whether they be spoken language, whether they be written language, whether they be multimodal texts, and whether they be from whatever language you happen to be working on. But it's really important that we have a nuanced way of being able to understand these texts and get at the meanings in more than a common sense interpretation. I might stand over here so I can see what I'm looking at. So, what have I done? There we go. In this workshop, Lungu and I will be going through some tools for being able to analyse text from the perspective of systemic functional linguistics. As we said, applied linguistics heavily relies on understanding and using texts, whether this be for education, reading and writing and education, whether it be for translation, whether it be for court transcripts in legal settings, whether it be for language preservation, trying to understand text, healthcare communication, and many other goals. But the key thing is to be able to get at the meanings and the way in which that they are organised, depending on your goals, and to have a rich enough toolkit to be able to change your perspective as need be. This workshop will introduce one set of tools, or overview one set of tools, from a perspective known as systemic functional linguistics that I'm sure many of you know, but I'm also sure many of you are not hugely familiar with. Systemic functional linguistics, or SFL, is a very rich and multifaceted approach to language that considers language in terms of its meanings, so not just its forms. It also considers language in relation to context, so the situation in the larger cultural context, as well as, very importantly, applied linguistic goals. Much of the theory is driven by application and trying to change things and develop interventions across fields. There are a wide range of tools in SFL across phonology, lexicogrammar, discourse semantics, register, genre, multimodality. We're not going to go through all of those. That would be about 6 months worth of talks, not an hour. So today we're just going to overview some tools to give a sense of how this will work. We're trying to get a sense of the different perspectives that we can get when we look at text. And we're going to do this by coming at it from one of the key concepts in SFL known as metafunctions. What metafunctions are in SFL is different types of meaning that are built in text. One that we're very used to and very kind of commonly involved in discussing when we talk about meaning is the content meanings of language, what we're talking about, what in SFL we call the ideational metafunction. But in addition to the content meanings, it's very important that we understand how we engage with other people, our interaction, the way we express our feelings and share those with other people, and the way we engage and understand other people's approaches, which is often called the interpersonal metafunction, the interpersonal where we are interacting. In addition to that, we also need to understand how texts are organized in order to have the information flow. We're all used to, I'm sure, reading a text or listening to something that the content is great, but it is boring, absolutely boring and difficult to understand. The textual metafunction is about how we can organize the information so that we can really understand and highlight the particular key points all the way through. Today what we're going to do is we're going to illustrate this by looking at two texts from these different perspectives as a way of showing the different metafunctions and how they work. And in particular, we're going to not look at the grammar too much. We'll do a little bit of grammar, but I expect that those who are used to systemic functional linguistics have been trained in the grammar in that regard. But we're going to particularly look at more abstract levels known as discourse semantics and register and genre to try and understand higher level meanings that occur in a text. And we're going to do two texts, one in English, that's the one I'm going to focus on, and one in Bahasa Indonesia, which is what Lungu's going to focus on, largely because my Indonesian is very poor, very, very poor. We almost wanted to put in a Sundanese text as well because we both work on Sundanese, but in 1 hour that was far too much. So, the English text will be a history text. Both of the texts are from year 10 in school, so we're taking an educational context here. It's a year 10 history text from Australia on an important topic in history in Australia, which is called the Mabo case. I'll explain what that is in a second. Whereas the Indonesian text is from a science textbook on viruses. Apakah itu virus? So, explaining what a virus is in Indonesian. And we're going to focus on how these texts build their knowledge. We'll start with the English text, and then I'll hand over to Lungu to look at the Indonesian text here. The text we're going to look at, as I said, is a history text. It's a text from history. It's a text that a student has written. It's about a major court case in Australia, which is called the Mabo case. And I'll explain what that is. This case is important in Australian history because it established a principle that is known as native title. What that means is that the Indigenous people of Australia, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, this court case granted them the rights to the land that they have been on for thousands of years. And this court case is taught throughout Australia for this significance. It also overturned a colonial doctrine where the English colonisers came in and said that there was a thing called terra nullius, that is to say, there was no one in Australia and so they had it. which was of course not the case because there were many people in Australia, but the English used that in order to colonise Australia. So this is an important court case here. And it, in particular, centres on an island in the Torres Strait called the Mer Island, which is part of Australia, very close to Papua New Guinea, but in our rough regional area here. So the text responds to a prompt in Year 10 that says, assess the significance of an event associated with land rights and native title to the changing rights and freedoms of Aboriginal people. Aboriginal people being the first Indigenous people of Australia here. So it's aiming to assess the significance of native title for their rights. Now, this is the text. The nature of text analysis is that trying to fit it all on one slide, trying to find a short enough text that will fit on one slide is very, very, very difficult. So I'll read a little bit to you, but I'll build it up as we go. So land rights and native title. What it does first is it introduces who the person is, Mabo, Eddie Mabo, and gives an introduction to the court case, where it says, Eddie Mabo, with the help of many other important figureheads of the Australian political and legal scene in Australia during the late 1980s, took to court a case of Aboriginal land rights that would spark a turning point in the battle for the freedoms and equalities of Aboriginal people. Okay, so this introduction introduces who Eddie Mabo is, introduces the court case, and mentions that it would spark a turning point for the freedoms and equality for Aboriginal people. So it indicates its significance. The next couple of paragraphs, the second paragraph, goes through the court case and the judgment, and the final paragraph assesses the significance again. I'll show that to you when we come to it. There's no need to go through it right now. In terms of genre, in terms of the overarching text organisation and its purpose, this text can be considered what's known as a consequential explanation. An explanation explains something. In this case, it explains the court case and its results. And the consequential part of the consequential explanation explains that there are consequences from what happened. It's going through the consequences. It's gone through the cause and effect here. But importantly, because this is history, history doesn't just explain how things work, it also assesses the significance, talks about the importance, it builds values about things. And in this case, the student needs to assess the significance of these consequences. This leads to an overarching structure where we have 4 main stages here. And we're going to use these stages just to pull out various different pieces. In this first stage, we can just call it an abstract, where it gives us our introduction of who Eddie Mabo is, what the case is about, and its significance here. Then it has a stage which is called input, but basically it gives the bit of a recount of the court case, what happened, before then moving on to a series of consequences. Because of the court case, what were the results? Before finally reiterating this and assessing the significance. And I'll go through this in a bit more detail in a second here. But the first thing to say when we do some text analysis, we can come at it from this global perspective to understand the overarching organisation and its purpose. It's aiming to explain and assess the significance, and the various stages are built because of that. This staging arises because of the specific knowledge that history needs to put forward. And to see this, we're going to analyse the text using the metafunctions here. We're going to start with the ideational metafunction, or ideational meanings. The ideational meanings are the content meanings that are put forward. So the more technical knowledge of history, I guess, what it's talking about. So in this case, the things like the consequences of the court case. Now, there are many ways in which we can come at the ideational meanings. There's lots and lots and lots of different perspectives here, but we're just going to highlight one for this one, and Lungu is going to highlight a different one in his text. For this text, the key set of meanings ideationally in terms of the content, the key set of meanings is the series of cause and effect. That the court case happened and these were its effect, these were its consequences. In terms of SFL, we can call this series of cause and effect activity sequences. Sequences of activities, sequences of events, sequences of processes or happenings or something along those lines. Activity sequences here. What we see when we get to the stage where it looks at the cause and effect is that the text first focuses on the unfolding of the court case. And it does this temporally, so it does this in time. This happens, then this happens, then this happens. And it does it in sequence. So the things that happen, later are also mentioned later. And we can use the little caret here to indicate sequence. So what we see is, it specifies, after the Queensland government in the 1980s threatened to claim ownership of the land and sea surrounding the Torres Strait Islands of Mer, so after the Queensland government threatened, Eddie Mabo, representing generations of past Mer Islanders, took the case of his people to the courts and all the way to the High Court of Australia. So after the Queensland government threatened to take away the land, he took them to the High Court of Australia, which is the highest court in Australia. Then Mr. Mabo claimed that the government was acting outside of its powers by claiming ownership of these islands. And then he pointed out 2 points. So the first thing here is he steps through the sequence of events that occurs in the court case. The text then shifts. It shifts not from the sequence of events of the court case. The Queensland government threatened, Eddie Mabo took them to court, and he made these arguments. He shifts to looking at the arguments themselves and then their consequences here. So this student is looking at the significance of this case in terms of Aboriginal rights and freedoms, and so he's looking at the consequences. We can call these implication sequences. What that means is just simply a kind of cause effect, that because this happens, this necessarily happens. It has an effect here. So, it says Mabo pointed out 2 important points. Firstly, Indigenous people have been the sole occupants of the area since time immemorial. So they've been there for a very, 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 very long time. A lot longer than recorded history anywhere. And then because of this, Indigenous people of the Mer region were eligible for native title ownership over the islands. And they have a strong language, religion, underlying politics that existed within the Mer people forever. So they've been there for a long time, and so they have eligibility for native title and a strong language, religion, and politics. And then it steps through a series of further consequences. Because of all of this, it helped to disprove terra nullius, the idea that there was no one in Australia before Britain showed up, which underpinned Australia's legal system for 200 years. Then the courts, because of that, the courts could see no legal way for the Queensland government to claim ownership of the land that had already been owned for a long time. So because there were people already there, the Queensland government couldn't own it because other people already own it. And then because of that, the courts ruled in favour of Mr. Mabo and the people of Mer. So because of that, he won the case. They won the case there. So a series of cause and effect. Queensland government threatened to take the land away. He took them to court. He made a series of arguments. The argument was they've been there for a very, very, very long time. Because of this, they have a very strong religion and they're eligible for rights to their land. And then because of this, it's not the case that there was no one on this land, terra nullius. Queensland government cannot own this land, and he won the case. Okay, so this cause and effect underpins the input and consequences stages of the genre. So this middle bit here, where this input goes through, recounts the court case. Queensland government threatened, he took them to court, and he made these arguments, and the consequences show the cause and effect. Because of this, then this. But of course, there are these other stages doing things here. I'm just going to check how I'm going for time so I don't take up all your time. Yep. In particular, we can look at interpersonal meanings. The student must also assess the significance of these events. It's not just important to explain, you must tell us why it's important or not. To see this, we can look at interpersonal meanings. In particular, we can look at a thing called attitude, evaluative meanings. There's lots of different things in terms of interpersonal, but attitude, the evaluative meanings. In particular, much of this text focuses on evaluating the importance of the case and positively judging Mabo, so talking about how important he was as well here. And I've just highlighted this in blue. You don't need to see all of the words, but you can see it. Eddie Mabo, with the help of many other important figures, a court case that would spark a turning point. 2 important points. He successfully showed there was a strong language ruled in favour, and then down here, when they assess again, it's of vital significance, a huge and driving force, thanks to Mabo, and it is a great step forward. Very, very positive evaluations. This is the key thing that means that this text was successful, that it didn't just explain, it evaluated and consistently evaluated here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what And it did this in terms of some key values that history builds. Each country and each national curriculum will have a series of values, whether explicit or implicit, that it tries to uphold, and Australia is no different here. In SFL, we can call these icons here. And in particular, these icons are freedom and equality, spark a turning point in the battle of freedom and equality. And again down here, vital importance for changing the rights and freedoms, and a great step toward reconciliation and equality. So assessing in relation to these values. We can note here that these interpersonal meanings cluster in the first and last paragraph here. The icons in the first and last paragraph and the first and last paragraph. There is evaluation all the way through, it's not just one or the other, but they cluster here, which allows us to get a sense of why those paragraphs are there. It's not just explaining, it's assessing the significance, which in turn gives an opportunity to model this for students about how you might want them to write something that is successful in this regard. But finally, having much of the interpersonal meanings in the first and last paragraph is not an accident. It's not an accident at all. It's there because it foregrounds, or it helps foregrounds these meanings as the important information in the text. The consequences are not actually the main part. They are just the part that allow you to get to the significance here. The significance is the key point that they're trying to do. And we can see this by looking at what's known as periodicity. What that just means is the kind of series of introductions and previewing and then synthesizing that occurs here. And we've just indented here to show where something previews something else, where this is more foregrounded this way and this is less foregrounded this way. But we see after the topic, the evaluation is foregrounded heavily there, followed by the court case with the arguments themselves quite backgrounded and the consequences, but eventually the evaluation once more is the significant part. The textual meanings allow us to understand what is the important thing in the text. In this case, it is the interpersonal meanings. Now that was very quick, and there's many things we can do, many more things we can do from this, but from a metafunctional perspective, we can now show that there are multiple strands to how this text builds knowledge. It builds events and consequences, ideational meaning, but it also builds evaluations of the significance of this in relation to the values that the history curriculum is trying to underpin. But it importantly foregrounds these particular values at the beginning and end as the most important thing of the text here. This gives a view of how the text analysis can be done in English, but we wanted to also illustrate how it can be done across languages, illustrated by Indonesian. And now I'm going to hand over to Lungu. Thank you.
Thank you again for So Yagen has gives a lot of details about the how history text works for the purpose of education. Now we're going to shift our attention to different kind of texts from different kind of languages. In this part, we're going to focus on Bahasa Indonesia, and we're going to look at how, or example of one scientific text build knowledge. We're going to look at the descriptive report. Probably some of you have been familiar with the descriptive report, or people working in educational linguistics, or people who are familiar with SFL in Indonesian context or genre pedagogy are familiar with this kind of text. This text is taken from the textbooks, which is published by the government of Indonesia, by the Ministry of Indonesia for year 10 or class 10, Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam. And these particular texts mainly describe virus and its classifiers, types, subtypes, and does also some compositional taxonomy, which is very typical in biology in that sense. But if you further, we're going to look at the text. There's some kind of weirds going on in the text because the authors put some background information and delay the general classification or description. So this is the textbooks, and the text comes from these chapters. So virus and its role. So it's mainly describe what the virus is, classify it into the types and subtypes of organism, and also does some kind of compositional taxonomy. Apakah itu virus? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. And what I mean delaying the classification or general classification is in these 2 paragraphs. So rather than going straight into saying what is the virus, the author of the text actually invite or engage students to recall their prior knowledge about the virus. And the text is also accompanied by some infographics here, so we can also consider that this text is multimodal in nature. And yep, in terms of genre, because the descriptive report purpose is to give some kind of classification and composition taxonomy, so we're going to focus on these 2 aspects of the text. If you look at, oh, it's weird. So in terms of the genre, we can actually do the analysis of stages and phases into the general classification. It should be, I don't know, where is it coming up, this one. So the general classification is actually the 2 paragraphs, initial paragraphs, from these until this one, and then it's followed by the description of virus in terms of the parts and subparts of the viruses, and then give some examples of the different kind of viruses exist in the universe. Ooh. Again, we got another description of part of the virus on asam nucleate or nucleic acid, and then another description also on another part of viruses, which is called capsid, which is composed by subunit protein, which is called by capsomer. And then the infographics to elaborate what does it mean by the compositional taxonomy, and then it gives the examples of each type of viruses that exist in the world. And towards the end, we got some small kind of summary, but it's not summarizing what are there in the text, but it's used for engaging students to recall what they has got from the information in the text. And then we've got the follow-up activities, instructing students to do the activities accompanying this text. All right, so as I mentioned previously, for those who are familiar in descriptive report, this kind of text is kind of weak because the classification seems to be delayed, and then it looks like the authors intend to touch upon student prior knowledge about the virus, and it focuses specifically on catavirus, and then there are more uses of second-person plural pronoun like kalian, and then in that two paragraphs, it can be considered non-technical because it's not giving very detailed classification of the virus, and we can also have the interrogative in that sense. Then it goes to the description, classification, and composition, puts summary, and then it concludes by suggesting a follow-up activities. Right, so in terms of the interpersonal meanings, the first two paragraphs is not a coincidence in the text. If you look at the interpersonal meanings, in those two paragraphs, the evaluative meanings targeting catavirus and virus in relation to the common sense or everyday knowledge is really apparent, while in the description stage, there's a little bit of evaluative meanings targeting the roles of asam nucleate, and we know that the science is not focusing on the evaluation, rather suggesting that we're going towards more content and technical knowledge of the field. So how will the technical knowledge of the field is built in the text? We're going to look at in the additional meanings of the text. I'm not sure why it's this one. So the evaluative meaning in the first two paragraphs are highlighted in blue and for appreciation, and then graduation in terms of the amplification of evaluative meanings are highlighted in green. So if we look at the example, the virus is evaluated negatively because it can disturb the works of other program, and then it can cause diseases for humans and other organisms. And the graduation is talking about the impacts of COVID viruses in people's daily life. Like the word viruses almost every day appears on the news and media, and then because of virus, you need to stay at home, learning at home, and then you need to put mask on whenever you go out, and you need to wash your hands using your soap or hand sanitizers, and so on and so forth. And then another positive appreciation can be seen in the description, but it's not significant or essential. It's targeting the roles of asam nucleate in terms of the virus. And the interpersonal meanings that we have seen in these two paragraphs tries to capture students' attention by means of relating the entity, the virus, in terms of their uncommon sense knowledge. So virus is related not to the very technical meaning, but with virus in computer, virus in social media, and so on and so forth. And then we have also a series of interrogative. And the last one, the first paragraph is actually scaffolds students on which entity that will be described. Okay, sure, thank you. All right, so we are turning into additional meaning. Because the descriptive report does not focus on the activity sequences like the history, so we have very little instance of activity sequences, especially in the first two paragraphs. But in this kind of text, we are going to look at how the text classify and compose an entity, which is the virus. by doing the composition, if you look at the grammar, relational clauses play a very important role on doing the compositional taxonomy of the virus. Like, virus memiliki ukuran yang sangat kecil, virus has very small size, diameter virus berkisar antara 20 nanometer hingga 400 nanometer. The diameter of viruses is around 20 nanometer until 400 nanometer. And then particle lengkap virus, the whole virus particle consists of nucleic acid, which is covered by the protein, which is called by capsid. Another also capsid is composed by subunit protein, which is called by capsomer, and so on and so forth. So in this one, the role of relational clauses to build the compositional taxonomy of the virus is really essential. If we turn that into the diagram, from this instance in the text, we can actually build the knowledge of virus. Virus consists of, has the diameter, virus has the particle lengkap or virion, and virus has the membrane lipoprotein. So it means that these three are part of the virus. And then within the particle lengkap, it is further composed by two entities, which is asam nucleate, nucleic acid, and then capsid, another part of the particle lengkap. And then for capsid, it is composed by capsomer. So very deep composition. From the virus, virus has diameter, virus has the virion or the whole particle, and then it also has the membrane lipoprotein. And then within this whole particle, we can further look at compositional taxonomy, which deals with the roles of nucleic acid and then the capsid. So relational clause in the instant of the text, and we can build this into the figures of how the compositional knowledge of virus is built in the text. Or we do have the infographics also, further elaborating or exemplifying the compositional taxonomy of the virus, like this one. And then, in addition to build the compositional taxonomy, the text also builds some kind of classification of the virus. Yeah? So, still, if we look at the grammar, the relational clauses play a central role in this kind of construal. Again, we also have classification of the virus in terms of the virus and its shapes, and further, they also provide example of each type of the virus. Like this one, berdasarkan jenis asam nukleat yang menyusunnya, so according to the nucleic acid, the virus can be categorized into DNA virus and RNA virus. DNA virus is a virus that has nucleic acid in terms of DNA, while the RNA virus is the virus that has nucleic acid in forms of ribonucleic acid. Again, we've got this particle adalah suggesting that this one is relational clauses, classifying virus based on the types of DNA or RNA. Another classification is to do with the example of the virus, like helix adalah tobacco mosaic virus, for example. Contoh virus yang berbentuk polyhedral. Polyhedral, example of the virus that has polyhedral shape is adenovirus, and so on and so forth. So still, relational clauses play crucial role in doing the classification in here. So if we turn that into the figure, we have classification of virus in terms of the shape. We've got helix, polyhedral, spherical, and complex. And then if you look at further example here, we can further categorize tobacco mosaic virus as one type of helix virus, and then adenovirus is one type of polyhedral virus. Influenza is one type of spherical virus, and then bacteriophage is one type of complex virus. In fact, we do have further examples from the image. So this how the virus text doing some kind of classification of the types of the virus. Right, so the description, classification, and composition built in the descriptive stage is indeed previewed in the general classification stage. If you look at the subsection there, about the apakah itu virus, so what is the virus? So indeed it plays as textual peak of the text, previewing what kind of entities that will be described throughout the text. And then series of interrogative in the second paragraph, like seperti apakah virus itu, so how do the virus look like, and then does it belong to the type of organism, or how does it shape? It's also another textual instance of textual peak in the text. So this one, kata virus adalah kata yang tidak asing lagi bagi kalian, so it gives some kind of predicting or previewing what comes next, which is kata yang tidak asing, so familiar word, and it relates to the computer, social media, and so on and so forth. And this one also predicting what's going to come next in this one. And that kind of patterns is apparent in other stages in this particular text. So previewing and then giving the information in that sense. Ooh. So it's, I'm not quite sure why it's happening. Yep.
Do you want to change the mode, Mr. Lula? Or?
The board?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, it's just this.
Oh yeah, cool. So yeah, it doesn't work.
Just say next.
This one? How? Okay. Huh? Oh, okay. So yeah, if we look at the instance of theme in the stages of apa itu virus, we can see that the main entities being tracked throughout the text is the virus, while in the first two paragraphs, can we go back? Can we go back? Yeah. While in the first two paragraphs, why I call it as background information, it is not the virus in technical words, but the main entities that is being tracked throughout these two paragraphs is the word virus and its relation to the common sense knowledge. While in the other stages, in the description stages, can we go further? While in the description stages, we have the virus, the table. Yep. In these two description stages, we know that the virus and its relation, uncommon sense relation, is being traced throughout the paragraph. So that's some example of how we can use the SFL tools for analyzing text in different languages. And we have seen that we can bring out rich patterns that allow us to explain why texts are as they are and help us to design possible applied linguistics interventions. And then for further suggestion, we need also to consider each language's own grammar, because it will be very different from one language to another. For me, it's like Bahasa Sunda, or further example will be added into, for example, Bahasa Indonesia grammar, and how we can apply that into the text analysis that can be used to inform the practice, for example, the pedagogy. And we hope that that short example gives some ideas for you to further implement text analysis and the possible implication that we can draw on from this analysis. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lungu and Mr. Yegan, for the great presentation. Do we still have time around for question and answers? 2 minutes, okay. So 2 minutes for question and answer. Ladies and gentlemen, I will invite maybe the participants in this room. Anyone wants to have a question? Please raise your hand. Nobody wants? Okay. Yeah, please, Professor Jan Hartman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interesting talk. I just have a simple question, trying to figure out any differences, if any, between English text and Indonesian text from the perspective of information structure, which you touched on earlier. Maybe not so much at the discourse, paragraph, or text level, but a relationship between sentences. And you alluded to of having theme and rhyme progression, or given a new. And I just wondered which underpins the textual structure in English writing. Does that follow, do text in Indonesian language follow the same thematic structure or information structure as in English?
Okay, thank you for the question, Professor Jan.
So thank you, Professor Jan Hartman, for your questions. So actually, these still our ongoing project on the description of Bahasa Indonesia in terms of additional interpersonal and textual meaning. So the resource that is currently available on the textual meaning on the language that has rather similar textual meaning structure in Bahasa Indonesia is Sundanese. So we assume that Bahasa Indonesia resembles very similar structures to Sundanese. So in Sundanese, what is considered a theme is also rather similar to English. For example, in the position, and then in terms of additional meaning, what kind of participants or circumstances are being foregrounded for that purpose. And the next will be on the textual particle. Like in Bahasa Sunda, we have teh, ma, and tea. And then we suppose that in Bahasa Indonesia, we do have some particle like itu, ini, and so on and so forth. So that's one of our underlying reasons for treating the theme systems in Bahasa Indonesia. It's not final yet, still ongoing, but why not sharing what we got so far for the audience? You going to add something? Okay, cool.
Okay, how is the answer? Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Hartman and Mr. Lungu. Unfortunately, can we still have one more question? Yeah, Mr. Budi, over there, please.
Okay. That was a very interesting presentations, Lungu and Yegan. Okay, sorry. My questions is, correct me if I'm wrong, but based on my observations, when you elaborated the interpersonal analysis of the text, I could only see how the text is appraised in interpersonal meaning. But why don't you, why not you try to analyze how the topic is presented in relation to the readers? Because that's how I understand interpersonal meaning, how the topic is presented in relations to the readers. That's one. Number two, especially questions for Yegan. I read your interesting articles on the language of physics. My questions is, did you actually try to inform the physics teachers to see physics with the perspective that you're offering in your article? At the moment, we are working on some science teachers, and we are still working on whether or not the linguistic-based ways of looking at science actually work for them. We are trying to find an information, if you have already, that the perspective we offer to science teachers actually work for them. Really work in their teachings of the science. Yeah, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, and I appreciate the question. Starting with your first one in terms of the interpersonal, yes, you are very much correct. So the interpersonal is a very broad concept and meta function, and we can consider it both in terms of the inter, how we relate to other people, as well as the personal, how we express our feelings. What we showed today was just a little bit of the attitude, and there's many more things in terms of expressing our feelings. But you're right, we also need to account for the inter side of the interpersonal. So in terms of, for example, the apakah itu virus, normally, descriptive reports tend to have a very impersonal tenor. So it tends to not engage with people. It positions itself as an expert with minimal engagement, and that's a very common way of doing things. But that text, in fact, did something quite different. It had the first paragraph or two that Lungu mentioned was kind of weird if you compare it to the normal way of doing it, and that's because it was trying to engage. The history text was a bit more in terms of the impersonal as well, but what it did do is it specified a series of values like rights and freedoms and equality and the like, that it presumes the reader will agree is a good thing. Now, I hope that most of us in the room believe that rights and equality and freedom is a good thing, but that is a relatively historically recent phenomenon, and it presumes shared values in that regard. And that's one of the functions of those particular texts there. So yes, we could look at it in terms of how we engage with other people. And it becomes very important when we're looking at texts like persuasive texts, where we're actually trying to get people to believe something or argue do something. Dialogic pedagogy, like Jan mentioned today, of course is vital in terms of how you position the other speaker or presume the other speaker is feeling or thinking at the time. That of the interpersonal is vital there. And we only showed the personal side of things, so you're right. In terms of the physics question, firstly, thank you for reading the articles. So my work has primarily been focused on just trying to be able to develop models of multimodal texts in physics that include a lot of mathematics, nuclear equations, and various other formalisms in a way that allows us to understand it in a comparable way to language, so that we can develop pedagogies that we don't have to suddenly stop as soon as there's maths, for example, stop as soon as there's formalisms. In terms of have I engaged with physics education, yes, very much so. I've engaged with physics education people, and part of my teaching at the moment is in university my university teaches the most number of teachers in Australia by far, and I teach the secondary literacy to all the subject teachers, including science teachers. And so part of that is building their knowledge of the types of reading and writing that they do in their subject, and then building knowledge of pedagogy, so that they can support their students to read, support their students to write, as well as building knowledge of the dialogic pedagogy that they necessarily need to do whenever they're teaching in this regard, whether that be a multimodal text or a monomodal text. So yes, I have. Having said that, I very much want to do more, because the physics especially is such a big and intricate field. I've only just touched the surface of it, and there's so much more to do. So if you're interested, I'd love to engage, very much so.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yegan. How was the answer, Mr. Budi? Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Budi, for the question. Because we are going to run out of the time, we still have one more question from the participants on Zoom. Anyone, please, if you want to have a question, one participant on Zoom, please raise your hand, or you can unmute your microphone.
I might just, there's one on the chat there.
Oh, okay.
There's a question here that says, from Mahmoud Hutasut. Thank you very much for your question. And can you tell us more about icons? How is it related to other domains of appraisal-like attitude? Thank you very much for that question. It's one way of coming at icons is, if we think about more sciencey areas, we're used to the idea of technicality, that there are technical terms like ribonucleic acid or DNA or entropy or something that have a lot of meaning related to them that is very field specific, very technical and very precise, some of which Lungu showed today in terms of the classification and composition. That has been developed descriptively for a very long time about how we can unpack that and help students to use those terms, because they're very important for high-level academic discourse. What has been less recognized is that in things like the humanities, say literature, history, art, various kind of civics and political fields, we have very similar things, but they're not related to technical things like rights and freedoms. We can, of course, define these, but that's not normally how we talk about them. Rather, they have very, very, very precise interpersonal meanings. The nature of rights and freedom is that we think it's a good thing and we want it for all people. But what that actually means in terms of the ideational meanings varies dramatically, probably across this room, across fields. But the thing that is stable is the interpersonal meanings, that it is positive, that it is the center of what many political programs are trying to achieve. For example, that's what we're trying to get at with icons, that there are things that are more stable in terms of their interpersonal meanings than they are with their ideational meanings. What is freedom for each of us in the room is likely to vary quite considerably depending on our politics. But in general, I would guess, most of us would think that freedom and having freedoms is a good thing, and we should strive toward it politically. And so it is more stable interpersonally in terms of the positive evaluations than it is ideationally in terms of what it actually content-wise means. So that's what we mean by icons, and these become major in certain fields. So in Australia, for example, whether you describe the British coming to Australia as settlement or invasion tells Australian population immediately what your politics are. If you say settlement, you're considered to be in a particular political community, probably vote a particular way. If you call it invasion, you probably are in a particular political community and vote a particular way. These words are very stable in how they organize our social relations, but ideationally, content-wise, they vary quite dramatically. So that's what we're trying to get at with icons, and there's a lot of work currently at the moment by a number of people trying to build a richer understanding of how these icons work so that we can see them. Because for students, they're not obvious. When they walk into it and say something that is a bit off and a bit wrong, it's often because they just don't know, and they've never had it explained to them. And so trying to see where these icons work is really powerful and something that needs to be done. So Does that answer your question, or hopefully that answers your question, Mahmoud?
Okay, does that answer your question, Mr. Mahmoud? Okay, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahmoud, for your question, and Mr. Yegan for your answer. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I know you have a lot of more questions about this workshop, but we are going to move on to the next session, unfortunately. Please join me to give another big round of applause for two outstanding speakers we have around us. Last but not least, let me summarize the workshop today. The first one is text analysis can be a powerful toolkit to make meanings, understand values, and build knowledge across fields, languages, and genres. The second one, key principles in approaching text, consists of ideational, interpersonal, and textual metafunctions. And the third one, hopefully it can be expanded to traditional languages such as Sundanese language. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am Arif Hussein Lubis as your moderator signing off. Thank you very much for your kindest attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Yegan and Mr. Lungu. I will give it over to MC.
Thank you very much once again to Yegan Doran, PhD, and Lungu Ariang Bangga, M. Appling. And we would like to invite Bapak Wawan Gunawan, PhD, to hand over the token of appreciation for Yegan Doran, PhD, and Lungu Ariang Bangga, M. Appling. Give a big round of applause, everybody, to Bapak Wawan and also Lungu. And there is another one to Yegan Doran, PhD. Give a big round of applause one more time. Thank you very much. Another, yeah. We've got lots of tokens of appreciation. All right, before we proceed to the next agenda, we would like to inform some following notes. For the PowerPoints from all presenters, it will be sent to all on-site and online attendees alongside with the e-certificate. So please expect to receive the PowerPoint slides and also the e-certificate 7 days after the conference ends. And also to all online participants, online attendees, you can scan the QR code for the attendance link that is sent by our committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, the first parallel and student research sessions will commence. For your information, the parallel session is intended for presenters to present and share their research. Meanwhile, the student research group session is a special session for students to present their ideas and gain valuable insights from their fellow scholars and attendees attending our conference. To all attendees and presenters, you may directly enter the room on your own, and thank you. Enjoy your session.
On a side note, after the parallel sessions, to all on-site and also online attendees, we are having the lunch break. So after the parallel sessions, you may directly go to the CDC restaurant located on the first floor. And we will hopefully return to the next agenda by 1:20 p.m. or so. Thank you so much. Enjoy your parallel sessions.
1:20 yang baru ya. Jadi untuk paralel
Perhaps our liaison officers can guide all on-site presenters and also on-site attendees to the parallel room, to the parallel session rooms located on the first floor. Yeah, everybody, please
join our
follow one of our committee team members. You can use the exit door over there to go to the parallel room sessions. And there is one parallel session that will be held in the Hall of Lights ballroom. And I would like to invite the roomkeeper, Miss Nida, as the roomkeeper for the parallel session in the ballroom. To all online presenters and also attendees, especially the online presenters, please rename your username. Yeah, please rename your Zoom username into the following format: your parallel room number _ presenter _ your name. For example, 1 _ presenter _ Arif Purnama. And you can refer to the e-program book that you can scan or also download on our website to enter your room. So you can freely enter your room without being assigned by the host. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to proceed to the next parallel session. But before we start, I'm going to check on the attendance of the two speakers. For Sri Sofian Sianturi, are you present? And Doni Marzuki? Thank you.
To all online attendees, during the online parallel sessions, you can directly enter the breakout room on your own without being assigned by the host. So please, since the breakout room is now opened, you can go choose your breakout room yourself and then enjoy the parallel sessions. And also, to all online attendees, don't forget to rename your Zoom username following this format. All capital letters, your parallel room number _ presenter _ your name. For example, 1 _ presenter _ Arif Purnama. Please make sure to enter the room that matches your parallel room number instead of the name of the room.
I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information.
Check, check. Check.
about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space. The offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs, especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs, especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs, especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs, especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina. I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say.
Oh iya, bagaimana Ibu tadi tanggapan Ibu saat bergabung ya atau mengikuti sesi online sebagai presenter atau mungkin sebagai peserta di parallel session. Apakah Ibu sudah masuk ke beberapa ruangan kami, Ibu?
Di jadwal ruang 6, tapi oleh moderatornya diberitahu ternyata saya ruang 3. Saya di ruang 3 sudah terlambat, sudah ada beberapa, jadi saya tadi ada kesalahan sedikit, moderatornya baik sekali, jadi saya minta dipindah dulu ke presenter ketiga dulu, baru saya terakhir.
Alhamdulillah, berarti Ibu sudah mendapat kesempatan ya Bu ya untuk present ya Bu ya?
Sudah.
Alhamdulillah. Bagaimana Ibu rasanya setelah selesai presentasi? Sudah sedikit lega ataukah tadi sempat deg-degan?
Lega. Tadi mendengar presentasi juga dari Bu Kepala ya. Bu siapa yang cantik? Bu
salah satu room keeper kami ya Bu ya di room 3 ya? Ya.
Bukan yang di itu di utama.
Oh oke, iya. Bagaimana Ibu?
Ya, itu memberikan komentar tentang acara di GH hotelnya bagus sekali.
Iya, terima kasih.
Saya nggak datang.
Iya Ibu. Ya, insya Allah kita bisa bertemu langsung ya Bu ya. Tahun depan insya Allah kita akan ada lagi CONAPLIN 17 merayakan ulang tahun ke-17 CONAPLIN ya Ibu ya.
Insya Allah.
Kalau saya penting lebih bagus lagi ya.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Ibu
Terima
Eksti.
kasih Bu Eksti.
Mungkin kita juga mau tanya-tanya satu lagi nih to one of the online presenters ya Mutia.
Yes, Kang Dimas. Before we start the next session, which is the workshop by Ibu Ika Lestari Damayanti. So, I think I can see presenter Edi Ramawijaya. Hi Pak Edi.
Hi, thank you for picking me up.
Hi. So, were you the presenter? Did you just present your presentation in the parallel session?
Yes, I did, and I have presented my paper, and it was a very mind-blowing and, well, for me, it is very engaging presentation and also supported by good environment, good audience, and also very incredible room keeper.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. But I'm curious, how mind-blowing would that be? Would you like to elaborate on why would you call that was mind-blowing?
Well, because the question were so critical. Even I could not answer the questions. So maybe I need more session or workshop to answer the question because it is not enough time. The time is really constrained, so the question is very hard, very heavy questions, very striking question, but the time allotment for responding and answering the questions are very limited. So for me, it was mind-blowing.
Oh, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, but everything was handled perfectly ya Bapak ya?
I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. And now I got challenged because I can see two moderators speaking at very beginning. And now I can see you virtually. So congratulations for CONAPLIN 16th.
Yay.
Give a big hand to CONAPLIN 16, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
If one more question probably for Pak Edi. Where do you live, Bapak?
Well, I live in Tangerang.
Okay.
Banten.
All right. Why didn't you come to Bandung, Bapak, and then experience CONAPLIN on site?
Well, because last year it was my last time meeting one of my external examiner. Maybe you know marhum Professor Didi Suherdi, one of my dissertation examiner.
May he rest
and
in
I visited him before he passed away. And right now just lost thing with workload, and I decided to deliver it online. So I'll see you in the next week 17 probably.
Sure
Bapak.
thing.
Yeah.
Cannot wait to see you in the next year's CONAPLIN, Pak Edi Ramawijaya. Thank you
Right,
very
thank you so much, Pak Edi.
Thank you.
And also to all online attendees, presenters, participants. This is just the first day, Muti, ya?
So we have more to come on our second days of CONAPLIN, but I don't think we can spill those new things and exciting things that would happen on the second day of the conference. So please stay tuned.
Yes. One thing that we can only spill is the door prize from BenQ, yeah, to all on-site attendees. Yeah. So, our next agenda will commence in 1 minute. Prior to that, let us remind you once again. We also have, this conference is sponsored by BenQ, NUADU, Association of Systemic Functional Linguistics Indonesia or ASFLI,
dan Pusat Penguatan dan Pemberdayaan Bahasa atau Pustanda.
As we keep mentioning over and over again, everybody in here absolutely has experienced and also tried out the latest technology from BenQ. So I hope, yeah, everybody enjoyed the technology profusely, yeah, as much as we do, right? Just like the one that we have on our right side at the back. So this is called IFP, or the Interactive Flat Panel.
And Kang Dimas, I believe that all of our on-site presenters were using this technology. So I guess that'd be great if we just ask them right away.
Right, exactly. Or maybe we can keep that moment, yeah,
I
Muti.
see.
Because there is another thing that I would like to inform. As you can see on our right side, we also have the IJAL, or the Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics booth. So if any on-site attendees are interested in visiting the booth, and also we have some journal articles that you can take a look and also purchase, so you can visit. Yes, you can visit their booth. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the second workshop session is scheduled to commence shortly. This workshop will be delivered by Ika Lestari Damayanti, PhD from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Ika Lestari Damayanti, PhD, is a lecturer from the English Education Study Program. The workshop is entitled Joint Retelling, Supporting EFL Learners to Shunt from Spoken to Written Language. This session
will be chaired by Dr. Mahardika Zivana M. Hum, who is the Operational Manager at the Language Center of UPI. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome Ika Lestari Damayanti, MA PhD, to the workshop. Enjoy the workshop.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second workshop session of the 16th International Conference on Applied Linguistics. A thought-provoking scientific workshop where we gather to explore innovative ideas and advancement in EFL learning. So, I'm Mahardika Zivana, and it's my pleasure to serve as your moderator for today's workshop session. Before we begin, let me outline the workshop. We have a distinguished speaker here, who is also the chairperson of PELTIN. She will be sharing her expertise on EFL learning. Now the workshop will consist of a presentation, but there will be no dedicated question and answer session. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions or inquiry or anything else, please raise your hand and Ibu Ika will respond to your question directly. Okay, now let's delve into this fascinating world of English as a foreign language learning. Our speaker today is Ika Lestari Damayanti, an eminent expert in EFL learning. She graduated from Wollongong University, and Ibu Ika is also the president of PELTIN. Okay, now without further ado, I invite Ibu Ika Lestari Damayanti to deliver her insightful workshop on joint retelling, supporting EFL learners to shun from spoken to written language. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her your undivided attention. Ibu Ika, please.
Thank you, Pak Mahardika, for kind introduction. Okay, good afternoon, Ibu Bapak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think I need to wave to the participants.
Yes, to the online participant.
Over there. Yeah. So today, Ibu Bapak, I'm going to share with you about joint retelling to help our students in developing their speaking skills. And in my title, I said shunting from spoken to written language. And why is that? Let's just get through to it, yeah, Ibu Bapak. And this is my first time using this technology, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I hope everything is okay. Yeah. So the objectives of today's workshop is for all of us to reflect on challenges actually in developing English literacy for EFL learners. And then we're going to explore joint retelling as a way to help learners to move between spoken and written language, and then let's practice all together on effective means of joint retelling. I hope that we can cover all these three in an hour, yeah? All right, so Ibu Bapak, if you are in Zoom, I would like you to go to menti.com and please enter the code. And Ibu Bapak, who are here on site, I would like to have your contribution related to aspect that is considered the most challenging in speaking, in speaking English, especially for you or for your student. So I have some list already here. Could you please just choose one aspect that you think the most challenging in speaking English, especially for you or for your students? While we are waiting for participants in Zoom to contribute in Mentimeter. Yeah. Anyone?
Okay, you can choose one of the ladies and gentlemen, I think.
Ladies or gentlemen. Anyone? Which one do you think is the most challenging? Yes,
Okay.
Bapak. What's your name, Pak? Yeah.
My name is Supardi from University of Jember. I'm teaching in law faculty.
Okay, wow, law faculty, yes.
Okay, I think lack of confidence.
Lack of confidence, yes, you're right. So in speaking, the most challenging one is confidence. Even if you are aware, I was nervous before I started this session. But that, yes, that's quite common, yeah? And we can see from the menti.com over there, our participants in Zoom seems to choose lack of confidence as well, yeah? Okay, so yes, thank you very much. Now we know that actually in speaking English is not only about lack of vocabulary or lack of grammar knowledge. Even though when we know those things, we still need to have confidence to be able to speak. And why is that? Yes. Okay, so when we speak, as we know, we use not only verbal language, but we also use non-verbal language. Yeah? Okay, we use gesture, body language, so it depends on the context. if we speak in front of big audience like this, we might feel nervous. We are not sure whether we can get attention from the audience or not. And now the burden is even higher because like what I'm experiencing at the moment is that I have to address you, the participants who are on site, and you, the one who attend the online session. It's a bit weird because when I said you to the online participants, I'm just looking at the camera. I cannot really get feedback immediately. So it's a bit annoying actually when we speak, but we don't know the feedback from our counterpart, yeah? And that will cause our doubts and our confidence as well. And when we speak, we also need to think about the intonation, the rhythm, because we want to make sure that our audience listen to us, listen to what we say, listen to the message that we want to convey. And because we know all these things, it might make us nervous as well. And yeah, the burden, another one, is that when it comes to English as foreign language, now we have to think about whether we use the sentences grammatically correctly. If we think that we already use grammatically correct sentence and then we think, is it appropriate? Is it relevant? Is it sufficient or not? Those worries make our confidence even lower. And even the noise at the back in the corner over there, hello, also makes me a bit nervous. But it's okay because they are panitia, so we just let them happy when they talk, yeah? Yes, people in the corner over there? Okay, so when we speak, we use repetition a lot. It's because when we speak, we do it spontaneously. Sometimes we know we want to say something, but that, because of the noise, for example, at the back, yes, noise? We sometimes forget what we want to say, and then we repeat, we go back. And that is okay, actually, when we speak. And that kind of thing that we need to avoid when we write in a written mode, there are things that we need to consider. We cannot use lots of repetition. So maybe you remember in TOEFL class, oh sorry, not TOEFL class, maybe IELTS class, in writing one, because maybe your tutor will say, do not repeat the word in one sentence or in one paragraph, think about synonyms. But repetition might occur a lot in spoken language. And when we speak, we use lots of coordination, just like what I said earlier. And, but, then, so, repeatedly like that. But in written language, we tend to avoid and in the beginning of a sentence. So actually these kind of differences in the mode of the language, we need to make this explicit to our students, yeah? But when we talk about mode or the language, whether it is spoken or written, we don't talk about it in a clear-cut situation, yeah? But rather we see it as continuum. We call it maybe mode continuum. In one end, that's spoken, and then the other written. And somewhere in between, it's between spoken, written, and multimodal as well. So when we send message, like some people are busy texting, for example, what kind of language do you use? Is that spoken or written? Ibu Bapak, if you are in the Zoom, please type in the chat box. Even when you type something in chat box or in WhatsApp, is that spoken or written? Yes, Ibu Bapak?
Okay, please.
Here? When you send message in WhatsApp, is that spoken language or written language? Yes, Pak Dimas, semangat. Please give microphone to anyone who would like to, yes?
Spoken.
Why spoken, Pak?
It's naturally for me to write it spoken because it is a chat, not article, not the article. So I used to to do a spoken language.
Spoken language.
On chat.
On chat, in message, yes. Ibu, probably Ibu in the middle, yes? Would you, yes, yes.
Okay, my name is Juwintar and I am a student in UPI. Usually I use spoken language for the chat because it expresses my spontaneous feeling than my reflection.
Yes, but you do that to your friend, right? How about to your supervisor? Will you do the same?
Of course, right.
Of course not, yes. So we have that kind of awareness and knowledge that influence our choice in using the language. When we know that the audience is our close friend, casual, we will send message with spoken type language. But we tend to be more formal, reducing lots of typos and abbreviation when we talk to our supervisor, even though it's in WhatsApp. Yeah. So there are so many things that we take into account when we communicate. Yeah. We think about the mode, whether it is spoken or written. And if we can see here from the features, when we talk about spoken language, it is spontaneous, as I said earlier, so it might pose some challenges to some students, yeah, or to us, even to us, because I need to think very quickly what I want to say next. Even though I have prepared my presentation, let's say, but sometimes, even though I know the dot points, I have to come up with some expressions that I need to say very, very quickly at that time. But when you write your thesis or your dissertation, you have lots of time to think about what you need to write. But sometimes you procrastinate. You need to avoid that, yeah? All right. Now, Ibu Bapak, I would like you to go to word wall. If you are in Zoom, Ibu Bapak, you can just go to the link. Yeah, linknya ada di chat ya. And let me see if I can do it. Word wall.
Chrome.
This one. And this one. Start. Yes, Ibu Bapak. What you need to do is just to drag the activities here, whether they are spoken or written. Now, I'd like to invite participants to try BenQ nih.
Okay, let me do one, perhaps, Ibu Ika.
Please come up here, Ibu Bapak. Please raise your hand and yes, at the back.
Ibu, at the back.
Ibu Tira, yes. I'd like to have 2 more participants in the room.
From this side, perhaps, Ibu Ika.
From Bapak-Bapak.
Okay, Bapak-Bapak, I saw...
Yes, Pak Henry.
Pak Henry, would you like to try out, Bapak?
Yes, Pak Henry. And then one more.
You may stand up, Bapak, and then move forward to the stage.
So, anyone else?
One more.
One
Ibu
more.
In the corner over there.
Or let me do it for you, Bu Ika. Can I?
Yes. Okay, so...
Okay, please, Pak.
Which one? Okay, just drag.
Yeah. Naik, Pak.
What should you do? Okay, just choose one activity and then drag whether it is spoken or in between spoken and written. That's all right. Thank you, Ibu Tira. Big applause, Ibu Bapak. Pak Henry. No, you cannot do that there. You have to do it here. Yes. Yes. You want to do some more? Please do.
Okay.
Anyone?
Anyone else?
Anyone else? Would like to try?
Okay, perhaps Bapak-Bapak from here. Okay. One of you, Pak. Okay, siapapun lah. Okay, please.
Supaya BenQ support kita lagi tahun depan. Ayo kita gunakan.
Ayo.
Iklan. Yes, Pak Arif at the back and Bapak.
Okay,
Yes, please.
Pak, please.
Yes, because we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Because you can do it all at once, I guess.
Okay.
Which one, yeah? Okay, thank you, Pak Arif. One more, go ahead. How about Ibu Bapak in Zoom? Have you tried as well? You can click submit answers and you will know whether you have done that correctly or not. You can say in the chat box, Ibu Bapa, whether you've got them right or not. And Pak Mahardika, you would like to do the rest?
All right, I'll try.
Can I see the chat box? I'd like to see from the online participants. Benar atau salah tetap dapat sertifikat, don't worry, you will still get your certificate of participation.
Actually.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's see. Ooh, yes. Big applause to everybody who have tried to do this task. Yes, but that's okay. Actually, we can discuss this. It's not...
Actually, I made one mistake, Bu Ika.
Oh yeah? That's all right, Pak. Where is my... Yes. Yeah. So, as I said earlier, there is no clear cut, actually. It depends on how you see it. If it is, for example, reporting back to the class, is it something spoken or written? It might be somewhere in between, because you need to report something that you have written, and the language that you need to report to the class may be more written language. And as you can see, as continuum, the language that we use in our activity can depend on the situation, of course, yeah? Okay, so when talking while doing experiments, we do the talking, and it's different from procedural text in written. When we are doing the experiment, we tend to say, this, move this there, put this, I don't know, but you cannot figure out if you are not there, what is meant by this or there or that much. Because you need to be present in that context, yeah, to see what is being pointed out. But in written procedural text, it will be very clear. So you have to put the water into a pan. So the entities are being mentioned explicitly. Now, go back to the title of my workshop. So here I'm going to share with you a strategy that we can do to help our students to build their spoken language and be more confident. Yeah? And since we are in Indonesia, the students have to develop both language skills at the same time. It is different from the context English as the first language, where the students, they already have their spoken language, but they need to develop their written and more academic language. But here, we can do both modes at the same time. And here, I'm using stories, because stories can provide context for using the language, yeah, meaningfully. And what I developed here, this is the model that I developed from modification of genre-based approach, particularly reading to learn pedagogy. So the focus is on reading, helping the students to read that the students can use to help them write. But then, because we are in Indonesia, it's not enough. We still need to support our students to be able to speak. So I developed renovation by adding spoken language teaching cycle. And it is mirroring the written cycle as well. First, preparing for telling a story, and then story sharing, where the teacher might give the model, and then joint retelling. So that is actually our focus today. So what I'm going to share with you is this story. What's the title of the story, Bu Bapak? I cannot hear you.
My two blankets.
Thank you, because this is afternoon after having lunch, it's a bit hard. My two blankets. So if you see this blanket, how do you feel when you wrap yourself in a blanket? Warm. Anything else? Safe. Comfort. Comfortable. You feel comfortable in your blanket. Yes. Anything else? Sleepy. Yes. So this story about new ways of speaking, new ways of living, and new ways of being. But how does it relate to blankets? Yeah. Can you guess? Now I would like to ask you, how would you feel if you moved to a new environment? How do you feel, Ibu Bapak? Nervous? Yeah, you feel uncomfortable, nervous. Anything else? Sad because you have to leave your family or your friends behind. Anything else? New adaptation and that's tiring. Anything else? Is it all negative about moving to new place? You feel excited about moving to a new place? Yeah. Okay, so you can have mixed feelings when you move to a new environment. So we're going to share a story about a girl who has to move to a new place. Can you guess which girl is moving to a new place? Is it the one in orange or the other one? Yes? The orange one? Or maybe the other one with umbrella, holding the umbrella? You don't know. Let's just see, yeah? Which one? But before we move on to the story, I would like you to go to Jamboard, yeah? Because we are going to explore our feelings first. Now, Ibu Bapak, if you are in Zoom, you can go to that link to Jamboard. Jamboard Chrome. Yes. Now it's exciting, Ibu Bapak. If I would like to invite some of you to come up here, maybe 3 from the participants here, to come up here and then write the feelings related to 3 objects or 3 things that I mentioned there in Jamboard. Blanket, waterfall, and a new place.
All right, please, Ibu Bapak.
Yes.
From the back side.
And Ibu Bapak, if you are in Zoom, please type in Jamboard. You can click the plus sign like that. So, I mean, the sticky notes, you can write on the sticky note. But if you are here, Ibu Bapak, in this ballroom, you can use this pen.
Or we can ask one of the committee, perhaps, Bu Ika.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Who would like to try? Ibu? Let's try. Are you? The instruction, just write what you feel related to one of the objects there.
Okay, please.
Just like what we said earlier, when you said it's blanket, it's warm, it's just say one word. Okay? Yeah, just write. From here? Jauh-jauh dari Manado, come up. Janganlah, janganlah. Ada yang mau? Yes, Ibu. Oh, thank you very much. What's your name, Bu? Ibu.
Yeah, from Malang.
Malang. Oh ya, sama Bu Miri.
Okay, please.
Yes.
Bu Ika, we also have one more, Ibu, from here.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Ibu, yes.
Please.
Come up here, please. Thank you.
Only one.
You can also say 2 or 3 if you like.
For every square, Bu Ika?
Yeah.
Okay. Please, Ibu.
And if you are in the Zoom, Jamaah Zoom, could you please type in the chat box as well? Probably, or not chat box, in Jamboard actually. You can type in the sticky note there. Yes, thank you, Ibu Firda. Yes, Bapak. What's your name, Pak? Doni. Suami saya juga Doni. Doni, where are you from?
Papa, please. Oh, udah ada. Okay.
Waterfall, peaceful, yes, a new place.
I think
awkward.
We still have perhaps 2 or 3.
It's interesting, those are people from Zoom, ya? Jadi bukan makhluk goib.
They are competing, Bu.
Competing, yes, thank you very much. Well done, good job, Ibu Bapak in the Zoom. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Pak.
lastly.
Yes. Bu Srifani, from Manado.
Please, Ibu. Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. Anything, Bu? Please write anything. The feeling, yeah?
The feeling, yeah, related to the objects that I mentioned there.
Okay, ada. Sini.
Scared, cold, yeah.
Okay, excuse me. Okay.
That's okay. Gak apa-apa, udah tinggal satu lagi, that's alright Pak Dika. Let Ibu Srifani write. It's fun. We have many people joining Jamboard from Zoom, ya. Thank you very much for your participation, Ibu Bapak. Sambil ngiklan, if you are interested in using this smart board, you can contact BenQ crew that we had in the corner over there, ya Ibu Bapak. Yes, all right. Thank you very much. So we have different kinds of feelings when we talk about these objects. When it comes to blanket, we tend to say warm. Many people say warm, cozy. You feel comfortable in your blanket. And when it comes to waterfall, you feel peaceful, cold as well, fresh, scary, also scary. And then a new place can be exciting, happy, but nervous, anxious at the same time, yeah? All right. So these are the objects that we can find in the story that we are going to share today, Ibu Bapak, ya. Now, I'm going to divide you into 4 groups because there will be 4 pictures that I'm going to share with you, Ibu Bapak, ya. Group 1, this table 1, 2, 3, group 1. 1, 2, 3, group 2. 1, 2, 3, that's group 3, and then these 2 table group 4. So you are group 4, Ibu. 1, 2, 3 at the back, you are group 3, you group 2, and this one,
group
1. Okay, so Ibu Bapak, if you can see in the corner there, yes, so we have group 1, yeah, group 1, and then group 2,
3.
Oh, group, which one? Group 2, 3, and 4. So you can actually, if you like, you can scan the barcode to get the picture. What about people in Zoom? So it's optional. You can go to that barcode, or I just give you the, no. Not that one. Yeah. Yes, group 1, you are going to have this picture. People in Zoom, you can also choose whatever picture that you like, ya. Nah itu. I want that one. Yes. Yeah. Okay, this is group 2, picture number 2.
Picture number 2 for group 2.
Yeah, you can just take picture of this. And this is picture number 3. And that is picture number 4. So group 1, you only focus on picture 1. Yes? And group 2, focus on picture 2. Group 3 on picture 3, 4 on picture 4. Now I will go back to the instruction. Yeah.
Okay, this one. Where is she?
Yes.
And so
So
on.
I want you to focus on the girl, on the orange girl, and then focus, where is she? You discuss that with your group. Where is she? What is she doing? And how does she feel? Yeah, so there are 3 things that you need to discuss with your friends in your group when you look at the pictures. Ibu Bapak, so what's the first question? Where is she? The second one? Okay, the third one? How does she feel? Okay, I'll give you like just 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes, talk about the picture with your group.
Okay, Wika, you can use the microphone, I think. Yeah.
So yes, picture 1. Okay, you can focus, where is she? Where do you think she is? Okay, what is she doing? Dancing, okay. How does she feel? All right. Are you working on picture 2 or picture 3? 2, so where is she? On a train, what is she doing? You don't know. Talking maybe? The little girl in orange. Yes, our
Okay.
focus is on the orange girl, yeah?
We can ask Pak Slamet, I think. Okay. What do you think, Pak Slamet?
Can you see? Where is she? Where is she? In the crowd, yes. What is she doing? What is she doing?
Where is she? And then
What is she doing?
And
How does she
she feel? Okay.
Papa? Ibu? Center of the city? Yes.
Traveling, doing business.
The little girl doing
The little girl.
Yes, the little girl in orange.
Oh, yang itu.
Yes. Picture 3.
Yeah.
Yes. Itu bisa ngalangin
Loneliness, okay.
She
It is
feels
very interesting,
lonely,
actually.
yeah. She feels
Okay.
lonely. That's
Feels
picture
lonely.
number 3. Okay. How about picture number 4? Ibu Bapak, if you are in the Zoom, you can type in the chat box. If you focus on picture 1, you say picture 1. Where is she? What is she doing? Just type in the chat box, ya. Pak Mahardika, can you read?
Okay, let me read some of the response from the chat. Picture 4, 1, in the bedroom, 2, trying to sleep, and 3, restless. Okay. And then previously, the feeling perhaps strange. Okay, the committee, please, can you scroll the chat? to the next, perhaps?
Go down, maybe?
Go down?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's all.
That's all, just one.
Okay.
All right. That's okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Bapak. Now, let's move on. Yes.
Picture 1, Wika.
Picture 1, yeah? Oh.
Group 1?
Group 1, when I tell a story later on, I will say, can you, Ibu Bapak, say the sentence on the board there?
Okay.
I cannot hear you, Ibu Bapak. Yeah. So when you say that, what kind of expression and intonation? It made me feel sad. Is it like that? No. How would you say it? Feel sad.
Okay, very
Falling
good.
intonation, yes. Okay. So group 1, where are you, group 1? When I tell story and I come to this part, it made me feel sad. I want you to stand up. All right? Good. So what about
The next, second picture.
second picture?
Okay, this one.
Can you say the sentence, Ibu Bapak?
Group 2.
Yes. Okay, all together first, Ibu Bapak.
Okay, Pak
Group
Dimas.
2.
The microphone.
It made me feel alone. Can you say it together, Ibu Bapak?
Okay.
It made me feel alone. Yes. So, group 2, where are you, group 2?
This one.
So when I say it made me feel alone, you have to stand up. Let's just practice a little bit. It made me feel sad.
Made me
Group
feel
1.
sad.
Group 1, stand up. And then after that, you go back, sit down, yeah? You sit down. And after that, and then you sit down. It made me feel alone. Group 2?
It made me feel alone.
Pak, you have to stand up. Okay, let me repeat. It made me feel alone. So group 2, yes, thank you. How about group 3? What
Okay,
is
picture
the sentence?
3 for group 3.
Can Ibu Bapak please say the sentence all together?
It made me feel I wasn't me anymore.
It made me feel I wasn't me anymore. Okay,
Stand up again.
say again. It made me feel. It made me feel I wasn't me anymore. So that's group 3, yeah? And group 4,
Okay, the last.
everybody please say the sentence.
It made me
me
feel
feel safe.
safe.
Yes, with different intonation and expression, I believe. Okay, so are you ready for the story, Ibu Bapak? Yes.
The whole story, you mean Wika?
Yes,
Okay.
the whole story. But I need help to click this. Yes. Auntie, my auntie, used to call me cartwheel. Then came a war. Auntie didn't call me cartwheel anymore. It made me feel sad. Thank you. Next picture. Then we came to this country. Everything was strange. The people were strange. The food was strange. The animals, the plants were strange. Even the wind felt strange. It made me feel alone. Right, thank you. Next. When I went out, it was like standing under a waterfall of strange sounds. The waterfall was cold. It made me feel I wasn't me anymore. Group 3, thank you. Next. Do you know where she is now? Where is she? In a blanket? But where? When I was at home, I wrapped myself in a blanket of my own words, of my own sound. It made me feel safe. Iya, tepuk tangan itu. Okay. Now, Ibu Bapak, that's quite simple. Is it hard to follow? No, it's quite easy. Okay. Now, I would like you to focus on the part that I say. Group 1, try to get what I say, because later I'm going to ask each of the groups to retell the story. But don't worry, it's not from the beginning to the end. Group 1, you just focus on the first part. Group 2 on the second one. The Group 3 on the third. Group 4 on the fourth. Now I'm going to tell the story one more time. You can join me if you like, yeah? Do you remember how I started the story? What did I say? My auntie, yes. Boleh dibantu yang berlari-lari? Okay, what's the first sentence, Bu?
My auntie called me cartwheel.
Yes, everybody say, my auntie called me a cartwheel. Cartwheel, yang jungkir balik, cartwheel, okay? Then came, yes?
The war.
Then came a war. Auntie, yes. Ini mana tukang mic?
Auntie didn't call me cartwheel anymore.
Yes, and it made me feel, everybody, sad. Then we came to this what? Country. Yes. Tenang Pak, nggak usah deg-degan Pak. Nggak akan dites. Then we came to this country. Terus? Everything strange. Everything was strange. The people, oke semuanya tunjukin. The people were strange. The food was strange. Tunjukin lagi yang di belakang. The animals and plants were strange. Even the wind felt strange. It made me feel, everybody, alone. Yes, and the next one. When I went out, it was like what? When I went out, it was like standing under a waterfall of strange sound. The waterfall was cold. It made me feel I wasn't me anymore. But when I was at home, yes, Ibu?
I wrapped myself in a blanket.
In a blanket of my own words, of my own sound. It made me feel safe. Big applause to everybody here. Right, now I want you to work with your groups. Try to tell the story for each part the best you can. I'm going to go around and then to help you retell the story. People in the Zoom, you can try to retell it yourself. You can focus just on one particular part, or you want the whole thing. Maybe later, if we still have time, we can invite you to retell the story to all of us here, yeah? All right, Ibu Bapak, you have 5 minutes. Try to retell among yourself in a group, okay? Ibu Firly, Ibu Tira, can you help me to check with the group? And Pak Mahardika,
Right.
Bu Tira with group 2, Bu Firly group 1, Pak Mahardika 3, Ibu Muti 2. 4. I lost counting. 5 minutes. Dimas, please remind me for the time.
Okay, Pak Slamet.
I like that part a lot. Yes. People were strange. The food was strange. The animals and the plants were strange. Even the wind felt strange. It made me feel alone. Nice, well done. Good job. Group 1? Coba bersama-sama, barengan. Oke. 1, 2, 3. My auntie. Barengan semuanya.
My auntie used to call me cartwheel. My auntie didn't call me
Cartwheel anymore. It made me feel. Ya, tapi tadi jangan gitu ya. It made me feel sad. Yes. Yeah. Can I hear your story you retell, please? And you are group 2? Yes. Okay, all the same. Yes, can you retell? Just together probably? Then we came. Just picture 2. Then we came. Pak Arif juga. Then we came to this country.
Yeah, we came to a new country and everything was strange. The food was strange, the people, the animals, everything was strange.
Even the wind.
Even the wind was also strange.
It made me feel
Alone.
good. Well done. Yeah,
We got
already.
group 3.
This is group 3? Yeah. It's a bit
Focus
long
to the
with group
picture
3.
and retell the
Yes.
story.
When I went out, it was like standing under a waterfall of strange sound. The waterfall was cold. It made me feel I wasn't me anymore. That's so sad, isn't it?
Group 4.
Group 4?
Okay.
Yes, group 4. Do you still remember when
I at home, I feel so comfort because I can take my own soul there, and it make me feel safe.
Ini ibu yang di belakang.
Megang.
Ya betul aja.
Yeah. When I was at home, I wrapped myself on the blanket and I feel warm and safe.
Yang sebelah situ kelompok grup 4 juga?
Okay. Group 4.
Group 4.
The same.
Ini kayaknya
When I was at home, I wrapped myself in a blanket and I felt of my own words and I feel safe.
Okay, Ibu Bapak, so you have enough practice. Now let's do it together. So when it comes to your part, I want you to stand up. All right? Okay, let's start with group 1. Everybody in group 1, please stand up.
Okay.
Kasih microphone kayaknya ya?
Iya.
Yes.
Okay, Muti, please, the microphone.
Ibu.
Dimas, for group 3 and group 4. I
Yes.
think group 1 and group 2.
One at the back, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
My auntie used to call me cartwheel. But then came a war. My auntie didn't call me a cartwheel anymore. It made me feel
Everybody?
sad.
Thank you. Big applause, everyone.
Okay,
Group
group
2.
Group 2?
Sendiri.
Semua?
Oh, bareng-bareng. 1, 2, 3. Then we moved to this country. Everything was strange. The people was strange. The food was strange, the animal and the plane were strange, even the wind felt strange.
It
made me feel alone.
Alone. Yay! Well done. Good.
Group 3.
Group 3.
Group 3.
Okay.
When I went out, I feel I was standing under a waterfall of strange sound. The waterfall was cold. It makes me feel I wasn't me anymore.
Yeah. Last but not the least.
Group 4.
Group 4.
The microphone. Okay, please.
1, 2, 3.
2, 3. Okay.
When I was at home, I wrapped myself in a blanket with words, with my own words,
my own sound. It
make me feel safe.
Well done. So, Ibu Bapak, when you retell the story, did you feel safe?
No.
No? No, why no, Pak?
Because no.
Why? Why did you not feel safe?
I don't know what I want to say about the retelling story.
You don't know what, yes, that's right. How about others? Did you feel safe or did you not feel safe when you retell the story with your friends?
Okay, please, Ibu.
Yeah, it made me feel safe, really safe.
What made you feel safe when you do the joint retelling with your friends?
Because there are people to look at, not just me.
Yes, that's right. Because you have other people that can help you as well. So you work together. It's not like I ask you and then just ask you to do it by yourself. Retell the story and then one by one like that. It will be very scary. But with joint retelling, you can feel safe because you do it together. Some of you might not feel safe, and that's normal. Because again, as you said in the beginning, speaking is challenging in terms of confidence. You are not that confident because you are afraid being judged by your friends. Ih, bahasa Inggrisnya kok gitu ya, misalnya ya. Sometimes we still give some negative comments for our friends' performance. But what we need to highlight to our students is that this story belongs to us. We can reconstruct the story together. This is our story. We can give meaning to it. It's not about right or wrong. It's not about the best performance ever. This is not a competition. But this is you trying to get the meaning across. You try to enjoy the story and you do it together with your friends. And many studies indicate that active participation in literary experiences can enhance the development of students' comprehension, oral language, and a sense of story structure. You can somehow predict the beginning, and then when it comes up with the conflict, did the story that we tell just now have the ending yet? There is no ending? Or maybe that's the ending, just wrapped in a blanket. And we can stop there with our students if you like, because the time constraint, I stop it there. But it's actually a long story, longer. It's part of a longer story. But that's the best thing with the story is that you can always cut in a stage where you think is appropriate in terms of time and your students' background, in terms of their knowledge, yeah? So retelling stories is another active procedure that may aid comprehension, concept of story, structure, and oral language. It can enable students to play a large and active role in reconstructing stories, yeah? It also provides for interaction between the teller and listeners. Because when you tell stories, it's not only about you memorizing the script, but how you make engagement with the audience. And that is actually the heart of communication. When we speak, we want to get attention from our counterpart. We don't want just to speak by ourselves. And that concludes my presentation today. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Ika. I think time's up already. So it is a very interesting presentation, of course. But before we conclude the workshop, perhaps I would like to ask Ibu Ika for perhaps one final sentence, especially about the retelling the story together. What is the most what is the essence of the retelling story, or actually to the, especially its contribution to the EFL learning? Okay, please, Ibu Ika.
Check. Yeah. There are lots of benefits for EFL learning, of course, about retelling stories, because, again, the students can learn vocabulary in context, and it's not like mostly textbooks have boring text in terms of narrative. Sometimes they present very long stories, and then the students are asked to identify the generic structure, which one is the orientation, which one is the complication, and stuff like that. But they don't have enough time to enjoy the story itself. But with joint retelling, we actually allow enough time for the students to explore, to deconstruct and reconstruct the story. So it doesn't have to be exact words or sentences that the teacher said in the beginning when the teacher gives model how to tell the story. Because when you retell the story with your friends, you come up with different structure of sentence and words. And that is, I think, the joy, because you can reconstruct the story and the story belongs to you. And that is the heart of exchanging meanings as well. It's not memorizing, because sometimes when we teach speaking, we are trapped in memorizing dialogue, because in fact, when we speak, people don't always respond to us as formulaic chunks. They sometimes give us response in unexpected ways. So I think retelling can help students to deal with that situation.
So one story may help the students to expose many things in EFL learning. All right, thank you, Ibu Ika, for the enlightening workshop, I think. It concludes our scientific workshop today, for sure. I hope you found it intellectually stimulating and inspiring. And before we conclude the workshop session, may I remind you that we have Benki Experience Zone at the back. Okay, you can try to use the device, like this one, in the Benki Experience Zone. All right, thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give a big applause for Ibu Ika Lestari Damayanti.
Thank you very much, and that was a remarkable presentation coming from Ibu Ika Lestari Damayanti, MA, PhD, and Dr. Mahardika Zivana M. for the awesome workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next agenda, we would also like to invite Bapak Eka
Rahmat Fauzi,
MPD, to hand over the token of appreciation. Ibu Ika, token of appreciation.
Okay, give a big hand, please, everyone. Thank you so much. And there's another one, Ibu.
Once again, thank you very much, Ibu Ika Lestari Damayanti, for such an awesome workshop. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break for 10 minutes, and to our on-site attendees, please return to the Hall of Lights ballroom and to our beloved online attendees to rejoin our Zoom with the same link 10 minutes from now. Enjoy.
Enjoy your break, everybody.
Recording stopped.
To all on-site attendees, please enjoy the refreshments behind you for 10 minutes because we are about to commence the next session, which will be delivered by Bapak Iwan Lukmana PhD from Pustanda. And to all on-site participants, to all online attendees, please return to the online Zoom link at 4:10 p.m. Thank you so much. Again and again, to all on-site participants, attendees, and presenters, make sure to visit the BenQ Lounge, BenQ Experience Zone, BenQ Experience Lounge, to experience the magnificent technology that we are having today. The IFP, or the interactive flat panel, and also to write your names to be the lucky winners for tomorrow's grand prizes from BenQ. Thank you very much. Enjoy your refreshments. All right, so we have some people trying, experiencing the BenQ lounge. So, what are you doing, ladies?
Oh, we are experiencing the touchscreen of this,
Of the IFP, this is called IFP. And there is a camera, there, up there.
Photos?
Can we take pictures?
Yes, let's try taking the pictures.
Using the camera up there? All right. Oh my gosh. All right, good. Oh my God, okay. Di atas. Oh my God. Once more. Bapak, once more. Sige now. Kayak alien. Gede banget. Okay, everybody, you also can take pictures using this technology. Oh my gosh. I'm impressed. That's video. Why are you recording? Ayo, nalo. Ya, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami baru saja menemukan keajaiban dari BenQ. Mereka mempunyai built-in camera Bapak Ibu bisa mengunjungi booth BenQ untuk berfotoria. Gak bisa apa? Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk juga berfoto menggunakan BenQ. Dengan Bapak siapa? Bapak boleh tanya-tanya dulu sebentar. Dengan Bapak siapa?
Saya dengan Arif.
Dengan Bapak Arif. Kalau dilihat di sini kan Pak, layarnya ada kamera. Berarti bisa dibilang fungsinya sama kayak layar monitor komputer gitu ya Pak? Bisa?
Ya, bisa. Jadi dia sebagai all-in-one solution ya. Jadi kalau misalkan di ruangan kelas, ya di kelas, ini bisa jadi sebuah solusi untuk interactive classroom. Ya, untuk solusi hybrid classroom juga bisa. Seperti itu.
Nah, teknologi ini sendiri diperkenalkan oleh BenQ kapan? Apakah untuk menjawab tantangan pandemi saat itu atau sebelum jauh dari pandemi?
Sebenarnya teknologi sudah lama ya. Jadi kita BenQ masukkan flat panel ini ke Indonesia itu kira-kira sekitar 5 tahun yang lalu. Ya, cuman dengan adanya pandemi, si BenQ ini dia mengeluarkan sebuah slogan ya, namanya Classroom Care. Iya, Classroom Care. Sebenarnya dari sebelum pandemi pun BenQ juga sudah mengedukasikan dengan teknologi dia yang namanya Classroom Care ini, yang dengan teknologi yang namanya anti kuman. Iya. Jadi layarnya ini sudah ada lapisan anti kumannya. Jadi nggak cuma layar doang, pena, remote itu semua juga sudah dilapisi sampai lapisan anti kumannya.
Jadi walaupun
ya.
sudah disentuh oleh banyak orang pun juga kita sudah
terlindungi. Iya. Dan ditambah kemarin pandemi, ya udah itu menjadi sebuah solusi, sebuah nilai plus lah untuk produk BenQ ini gitu.
Wow, terima kasih banyak Pak Arif atas informasinya. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, ternyata IFP ini sudah melindungi, sudah terdapat ya sistem anti germ. Jadi mau berapa banyak orang pun yang menyentuh layarnya, jangan khawatir bahwa kita tidak akan terinfeksi kuman. Ya, dan teknologi ini sudah jauh diperkenalkan sebelum pandemi datang, kurang lebih 5 tahun yang lalu.
Siapin stylusnya.
Oh iya. Mas Anang, ya. Nanti si peserta sebelum, udah bilang. Atau nggak rekam video aja.
Terakhir kita mau suruh semuanya ke sini. Tulis pesan-pesan. Boleh.
Rekam video.
Dalam bentuk QR, ntar teman-teman bisa ambil. Bisa lihat.
Mantap. Mantap sekali. Ibu mau foto Ibu, silakan. Mari Ibu, Bu Ika. Ayo kita foto dulu dengan Ibu Ika. Oke. Peltin. Oh Bu, beda ya Bu ya? Oke. Lagi kayak ikut wahana. Belum. Lagi Pak. Bapak, kita dapat apa nih yang kesini, Pak? Ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 orang, Pak. Cetaknya bener, cetaknya dari sini, Pak. Bener, kehubung. Itu mah bukan kerjaan saya, maksud saya mah.
Nanti kasih tahu ke
Oke. No,
Kalau kena air ini rusak nggak?
Oh iya, apakah ada waterproof, Pak Arif? Oh, Bapak mau, oke.
Ya pasti rusak. Air pasti rusak. Jadi kalau maintenance cukup di lap biasa aja. Cukup lap biasa aja.
Tapi memang walaupun udah berapa kali kena fingerprints itu nggak ke ini ya?
Nggak ada masalah. Nggak ada masalah.
Nggak kelihatan ya? Satu tangan. Iya benar.
Ya, dia up to 32 jari.
Oh, sekelas langsung maju. Ya. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's be serious again. Aduh. Let's get down to the business.
While enjoying your coffee break, ladies and gentlemen, now we are welcoming the next agenda.
To all on-site attendees, while enjoying the refreshments, we are about to commence to the next agenda, and also to all online attendees, the next agenda will commence shortly. Hadirin sekalian, agenda kali ini akan disajikan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Selamat datang kembali di The Hall of Lights Ballroom di Green Hill Universal Hotel, dan juga untuk para hadirin sekalian yang hadir secara daring, selamat bergabung dan terhubung kembali melalui platform Zoom. Selanjutnya, kita akan masuk ke sesi pleno yang akan disajikan oleh Iwa Lukmana PhD dari Pusat Penguatan dan Pemberdayaan Bahasa atau Pustanda, dengan judul Perluasan Cakupan Program Pembelajaran Bahasa Asing ke Ranah Co-Kurikuler.
Sesi ini akan dipandu oleh Lukman Hakim MPD yang merupakan dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Kepada Dr. Iwa Lukmana MA dan Lukman Hakim MPD, dipersilakan.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Baik, selamat datang di sesi paralel penutup hari ini, dan kita akan bertemu lagi besok. Dan hari ini di samping saya sudah hadir Iwa Lukmana PhD. Beliau adalah lulusan Deakin University dan Monash University di Australia. Dan waktu S1 di IKIP Bandung. Jadi beliau adalah senior saya tapi jauh sekali ya, berapa tahun. Beliau pernah menjadi ketua jurusan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Kemudian beliau pernah menjadi ketua program studi linguistik pasca sarjana S2 dan S3. Dan saat ini beliau adalah Kepala Pusat Penguatan dan Pemberdayaan Bahasa Badan Bahasa Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia. Baik Bapak Ibu, tanpa berpanjang-panjang dan saya ingin menginformasikan bahwa sesi ini akan dilakukan dalam bahasa Indonesia karena Pak Iwa selaku pejabat publik menurut Undang-Undang Nomor 24 Tahun 2009 diharuskan untuk menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Tanpa berlama-lama kami akan mengundang Pak Iwa. Mohon aplausnya Bapak dan Ibu untuk Kepala Pustanda. Baik, Pak Iwa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Ini Bapak Ibu sesi terakhir, moga-moga matanya masih kuat gitu ya. Setelah barusan mendapatkan kopi dan teh. Senang sekali bertemu dengan Bapak Ibu dan saya juga senang sekali bisa bergabung lagi di CONAPLIN karena CONAPLIN ini CONAPLIN pertama saya itu bergabung, lalu karena satu dan lain hal saya banyak absen dan sekarang saya bisa berkontribusi lagi di CONAPLIN. Memang betul saya seniornya Pak Firman ya, Pak Lukman. Tapi Pak Lukman ini diembel-embel, jauh sekali katanya. Itu artinya saya ini sudah tua sekali ya Bapak Ibu. Ulah sok nyindiran. Baik Bapak Ibu, boleh saya berdiri ya. Ini judulnya perluasan cakupan program pembelajaran bahasa asing ke ranah kurikuler. Oh ya, saya mohon maaf pada yang tidak ada di sini. My apology for not being able to speak English due to my current position at the ministry. Jadi saya akan menyampaikan ini dalam bahasa Indonesia. Pertama-tama saya ingin mengenalkan dulu lembaga yang memayungi saya, yaitu Badan Pengembangan dan Pembinaan Bahasa. Ini sebuah unit eselon 1 di bawah kementerian. Lalu di bawahnya ada beberapa unit eselon 2, sekretariat dan 3 pusat, Dan pusat penguatan itu adanya di sini sesuai dengan yang ada di ada di spanduk. Dan kami memiliki 30 UPT di provinsi. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu punya keperluan silakan hubungi Balai Bahasa atau kantor bahasa yang ada di provinsi-provinsi tersebut. Kami memiliki 3 program prioritas yaitu literasi, pelindungan bahasa dan sastra, dan ini lebih mengarah ke pelindungan bahasa daerah, dan satunya lagi adalah internasionalisasi bahasa Indonesia yang merupakan bidang yang saya tangani, ini yang internasionalisasi ini. Bapak Ibu, saya jualan produk dulu ya, mohon maaf. Emang cuma BenQ yang bisa jualan produk. Cuma ini mah gratis Bapak Ibu, gratis murni ya. Bapak Ibu kalau di Android maupun di iPhone mengetik Halo Bahasa, insya Allah akan diarahkan ke sini. Halo Bahasa ini semacam hubnya produk-produk Badan Bahasa. Jadi kalau di Halo Bahasa itu di dalamnya ada yang saya sebut-sebut ini, Yang pertama adalah ada KBBI. Mungkin yang paling Bapak Ibu kenal KBBI ya, Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia. Tapi mungkin ada yang tidak tahu bahwa KBBI ini dikembangkan oleh Badan Bahasa. Mungkin leksikografer itu adanya di universitas-universitas, tapi Kamus Bahasa Indonesia terbesar itu adanya di Badan Bahasa. Saking tidak tahunya Bapak Ibu, dulu bahkan Pak Kepala Badan sempat bertanya, ada yang bertanya ke Kepala Badan, Badan Bahasa selama ini melakukan apa katanya. Lalu Pak Kepala Badan balik bertanya, Ibu tahu, Bapak tahu KBBI, Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia? Oh ya tahu, itu produk bikinan Balai Pustaka ya katanya. Karena dulu cetakan yang tercetak itu Bapak Ibu, Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia, di bawahnya ada Balai Pustaka gitu. Nama Badan Bahasanya mah nyempil di dalam ya, kecil gitu, kasihannya. Bapak Ibu, lalu ada UKBI, ada EYD, ini EYD sempat berubah namanya menjadi PUEBI, tapi kita kembalikan ke EYD lagi namanya karena sudah terlalu terkenal. Ternyata PUEBI tidak mampu mendongkrak popularitasnya dalam sekian lama. Lalu pasti ini padanan istilah Bapak Ibu, jadi kalau Bapak Ibu ingin tahu istilah Inggrisnya ini, istilah Indonesianya apa gitu. Silakan dicari di pasti. Bipadaring, nah ini Bipadaring ini yang diurus oleh Pustanda ini Bapak Ibu. Silakan kunjungi Bipadaring. Buku digital ini isinya buku-buku yang bisa digunakan untuk pengayaan Bapak Ibu. Jadi silakan dieksplorasi buku digital. Tapi kalau lagi mentok, mohon diakses lain waktu karena kadang-kadang kena ini Bapak Ibu, kena hack. Rupanya sekarang itu tampaknya zaman apa ya, zaman anak-anak mulai belajar yang begitu-begitu terus mencari sasaran latihan gitu. Dan kalau yang punya kementerian kan levelnya nasional gitu kan, kerennya bisa ngehack ini yang punya nasional. Lalu penjaring ini penerjemahan daring Bapak Ibu, kurang G itu. Di sini kalau Bapak Ibu punya mahasiswa bisa ikut. Di sini ada berisi buku-buku terjemahan dari berbagai bahasa asing dan bisa juga siswa kita turut menerjemahkan. Lalu ada thesaurus, ada koin ini korpus Indonesia, ada data pokok kebahasaan, Dapobas, mungkin Bapak Ibu perlu penelitian, mencari data, ensiklopedi, dan ini tidak muncul di penelusuran terakhir Halo Bahasa Bapak Ibu, tapi ini mungkin sedang di take down dulu karena sedang dikembangkan lagi. SIPABI ini singkatan dari aplikasi pengeditan itu apa? Penyuntingan. Maklum bukan produk pusat sini ya. Aplikasi penyuntingan ejaan bahasa Indonesia yang sedang dikembangkan untuk menjadi setara dengan Grammarly. Ya, jadi nanti akan adalah lahir ya Grammarly-nya bahasa Indonesia, kan keren ya. Moga-moga dalam waktu cepat ini bisa selesai dan bisa diunggah lagi. Demikian Bapak Ibu jualannya. Sekarang kita masuk ke materi kita. Materinya saya tulis dalam bahasa Inggris, mostly in English. Tapi saya jelaskan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Bapak Ibu, selama ini kita berprofesi tampaknya di bidang pendidikan bahasa. Dan kita boleh dibilang kita berkutat di ranah kurikuler ini. Kita ada kurikulum, kita membuat kurikulum, membuat silabus, bahkan kalau di tataran sekolah kan kurikulumnya dibuat oleh kementerian, silabus, buku ajar, kita ngurus metode, kita ngurus media, kita ngurus tes. Dan ada satu kelemahan besar dari program kurikuler ini. Dan saya yakin Bapak Ibu pasti menyadarinya, yaitu yang paling bawah, yaitu class hours. Sehebat apapun program kurikuler, jam pelajaran itu terbatas. Berapa banyak sih Bapak Ibu mengajar gitu ya. Sekarang kalau bahasa Inggris, kalau nggak salah seminggu 2 jam ya. Seminggu 2 jam ya dapat apa gitu ya. Nah, lalu saya beralih ke sebelah kanannya, ada pepatah Bapak Ibu, Allah bisa karena biasa. Practice makes perfect. Seberapa banyak ya siswa kita mendapat kesempatan untuk praktik berbahasa. Apakah seberapa banyak ini bisa diakomodasi oleh program kurikuler kita? Bagaimanapun kita tetap ya melatih siswa kita di dalam kelas, tapi ya kembali kita terikat oleh jam-jam pelajaran yang memang jumlahnya sangat terbatas. Nah ini Bapak Ibu kalau digambarkan secara visual, class hours ya segitulah, tapi the remaining hours-nya ini ya sisa-sisa waktu di luar kelas inilah yang panjang itu. Nah lalu kita memang membutuhkan program co-kurikuler. Bentuknya bisa conversation club misalnya, festival-festival, lomba-lomba yang sejalan dengan apa yang kita ajarkan di kurikulum. Mungkin ada lagi Bapak Ibu yang punya ide, nanti saya akan bicara tentang apa yang dikembangkan di Badan Bahasa dan nanti bagaimana pengembangannya. Seberapa efektif, seberapa efisien. Ini kok hilang ya gambarnya? Kalau di sana muncul. Saya masih ingat Bapak Ibu, conversation club yang dimiliki IKIP Bandung dulu, zaman saya kuliah. Apakah berjalan dengan hangat, semangat gitu? Bapak Ibu, pengalaman saya dan pengamatan saya atas adik-adik kelas saya selanjutnya, conversation club itu angat-angat tai ayam. Pas awal ada mahasiswa baru rame gitu, nanti mulai hilang satu gitu ya. Apakah masih, saya tidak tahu ya ICC UPI ini, bahasa Inggris UPI itu masih ada atau sudah ganti nama atau malah sudah almarhum ya. Nah selanjutnya hal yang harus kita pertimbangkan adalah seberapa efektif program yang akan kita kembangkan, seberapa efisien, apakah dibuat terpisah dari program kurikuler atau dibuat terintegrasi dengan program kurikuler. Bapak Ibu, saya pikir salah satu hal yang membuat English Conversation Club IKIP Bandung dulu itu tidak terlalu berjalan itu adalah karena dia terpisah dari kurikuler. Jadi itu mah bebas semaunya, jadi seminatnya saja gitu ya. Jadi akhirnya ya menghilang begitu saja pas di tengah tahun menjelang ujung tahun gitu. Apakah turut memberdayakan siswa, apakah seberapa jauh memberi otonomi gitu ya. Nah ini poin-poin yang memang perlu kita pertimbangkan. Bapak Ibu, ya supaya tidak terlalu abstrak, saya akan menceritakan sebuah program kokurikuler yang sedang dikembangkan oleh Badan Bahasa, khususnya di Pusat Penguatan dan Pemberdayaan Bahasa yang memang tugas dan fungsinya itu adalah diplomasi kebahasaan. Nah ini Bapak Ibu, program BIPA di Badan Bahasa itu secara kurikuler oke lah, sudah dikembangkan sejak 2015 ya. Mungkin Bapak Ibu kalau yang mengenal Ibu Emi, nah sejak zaman Ibu Emi, ini ada timnya Ibu Emi ini, sejak zaman. Tapi kesempatan untuk praktik, nah itu yang memang sangat-sangat terbatas. Bayangkan Bapak Ibu di Belanda masih mending ya. Katakanlah di Finlandia belajar bahasa Indonesia seminggu katakan 2 jam, keluar kelas ya tidak ketemu orang Indonesia, tidak bicara bahasa Indonesia, nanti balik lagi begitu lagi ke kelas. Itu pun kalau yang rajin ya. Tentu kesempatan untuk praktik itu akan sangat-sangat sedikit. Nah, Badan Bahasa memiliki dua program kokurikuler. Yang pertama Festival Handai, ini festival untuk siswa pembelajar bahasa Indonesia dari berbagai negara. Lalu yang kedua ini yang sedang dikembangkan Bincang BIPA. Ini Festival Handai Bapak Ibu, ini ada beberapa mata lomba. Di antaranya ada apa ini? Pidato, ada komedi tunggal atau stand up comedy, lalu lomba bernyanyi dan lain-lain. Nah, yang ingin saya bincangkan lebih lanjut ini adalah Bincang BIPA Bapak Ibu. Ini sudah hampir selesai ya, tinggal diuji coba, nanti insya Allah bisa diterapkan akhir tahun ini. Dan selanjutnya itu dengan perbaikan-perbaikan yang akan kami lakukan sesuai dengan masukan dari lapangan. Bapak Ibu ini BIPA daring, jadi silakan kalau Bapak Ibu tertarik ketik saja BIPA daring, nggak usah dengan alamat lengkapnya, nanti juga akan sampai ke sini. Nah ini Bincang BIPA ini memiliki kelebihan. Yang pertama, dilakukan di luar jam pelajaran. Yang kedua, ini untuk melatih bahasa lisan, jadi berbicara dan menyimak, berbicara dan menyimak. Dan ini sistemnya bersifat digital. Guide dari guru itu mungkin di awal-awal saja gitu Bapak Ibu, guide oleh guru. Lalu selanjutnya siswa otonom. Nah ini yang agak tricky itu yaitu integrasi ke yang kurikulernya. Jadi begini integrasinya, kami merencanakan bahwa latihan di Bincang BIPA ini entah nanti practice time-nya berapa menit gitu ya, berapa jam, itu akan menjadi syarat ujian akhir. Katakanlah dalam satu periode itu misalnya 4 bulan belajar, katakanlah kita hanya menyuruh mereka yang wajib itu 1 jam misalnya atau setengah jam, sisanya mereka bebas bisa jauh lebih banyak dari itu. Dan itu yang kami pikirkan supaya Bincang BIPA ini tidak dikembangkan untuk ditinggalkan. Karena itu sayang. Lalu berikutnya ini berlaku untuk seluruh dunia. Jadi katakanlah siswa di Korea bisa berbicara dengan temannya di Korea, tapi bisa juga berbicara dengan temannya di negara mana gitu ya. Pokoknya kalau Bapak Ibu suka nonton Ome TV, agak mirip Bapak Ibu. Jadi kita login atau bahkan kita bisa janjian ya, misalnya saya dengan Pak Lukman ini janjian lah mau ngobrol jam sekian, itu sama-sama tinggal masuk ke sistem langsung bisa praktik di sana. Dan satu lagi ini yang mungkin ada di benak Bapak Ibu, tadi saya lupa tidak mengetiknya. Ini berapa duit gitu ya mengembangkannya? Berapa Pak Yus? Ini Pak Yus nih koordinatornya. Boleh dibilang 0 rupiah Bapak Ibu. Mungkin agak mengagetkan ya bahwa harga atau biaya untuk mengembangkan itu 0 rupiah. Kenapa? Karena aslinya kami itu mengajukan anggaran untuk menciptakan sistem ini. Tapi saran dari tim perencanaan di kementerian itu dan saran dari Bappenas juga sama, yaitu gunakanlah apa yang sudah ada di publik. Kalau mengembangkan nanti juga banyak masalah. Akhirnya yang kami lakukan itu adalah kami nempel ke Google Classroom. Dengan pengolahan tertentu akhirnya jadilah bisa bincang BIPA ini. Mungkin kalau dilihat sifat hubungannya itu tampaknya mutualisme gitu Bapak Ibu ya, hubungan mutualisme. Jadi kami diuntungkan dengan adanya Google Classroom ini dan mereka juga senang ya bahwa kita menggunakan produknya. Dan salah satu hal yang sebelumnya tidak terpikir oleh saya tapi terpikir belakangan, yaitu kalau mengembangkan sendiri kita kan perlu server yang kuat, perlu pertahanan yang kuat dari para hacker tadi ya, perlu pertahanan yang kuat dari para hacker. Server kuat itu maksudnya bandwidth-nya gede gitu ya. Jadi kalau banyak orang masuk pada satu saat itu tidak akan ngehang gitu ya, atau tidak akan down. Nah, dengan menggunakan Google maka semua kekhawatiran itu sudah ditangani Google dan kita tinggal menggunakannya. Rupanya tampaknya habis ya. Itu Bapak Ibu, jadi sekali lagi poin-poin besar dari yang ingin saya sampaikan itu, yang pertama kita tampaknya tidak bisa terus terlalu terfokus pada dimensi atau ranah kurikuler kalau tujuan kita memang ingin memberdayakan siswa ya. Lalu yang kedua, semakin kreatif dan inovatif dalam menggali apa yang bisa dilakukan. Dan yang ketiga, carilah sesuatu yang sangat-sangat low cost atau cost friendly ya Bapak Ibu. Kenapa saya bilang tadi nilainya 0 rupiah itu karena memang dikembangkannya juga oleh staf kami. Jadi memang itu bagian dari pekerjaannya gitu. Untuk tujuan ini memang kami tidak perlu meminta bantuan orang. Demikian tampaknya Bapak Ibu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Moga-moga ada yang bermanfaat buat Bapak Ibu semua. Terima kasih.
Ya baik, terima kasih Pak Iwa atas paparannya terkait dengan program aplikasi yang ada di Badan Bahasa. Mungkin ada pertanyaan di room Zoom atau di penonton yang hadir saat ini. Ada yang ingin bertanya? Mungkin sambil menunggu pertanyaan, Pak Iwa, saya ada beberapa pertanyaan sebetulnya. Ini sedikit rasa penasaran karena internasionalisasi bahasa Indonesia ini sudah beberapa tahun ini saya dengar, dan kira-kira sudah ada di berapa negara BIPA itu Pak Iwa?
Baik, Pak Lukman, apa tadi? Sebarannya ya?
Ya, sebaran BIPA Pak.
Saya harus sebut sejak ini. Sejak 2015 kami sudah berupaya menyebarkan bahasa Indonesia di 52 negara hingga saat ini. Dengan jumlah pembelajar totalnya itu di angka 152.000 orang. Oh ya, sebelum ke sana Pak Lukman, saya tadi agak lupa ya menyampaikan landasan mengapa BIPA itu perlu. Ada kalau dilihat dari titik-titik perkembangan bahasa Indonesia, Bapak Ibu, minimal ada 3 titik yang bisa kita amati. Yang pertama, tahun 1928, ketika bahasa Indonesia diikrarkan menjadi bahasa persatuan. Lalu pada tahun 1945, ketika dinyatakan dalam UUD 45 bahwa bahasa negara ialah bahasa Indonesia. Lalu titik ketiga tahun 2009 Bapak Ibu dengan Undang-Undang Nomor 24 tahun 2009 yang salah satu isinya adalah pemerintah meningkatkan fungsi bahasa Indonesia menjadi bahasa internasional. Tentu peningkatan ini bisa dalam banyak sisi, itu banyak dimensi. Salah satunya itu adalah dimensi pembelajaran dan kalau bicara penyebaran BIPA melalui dimensi pembelajaran, ya kita akan bicara BIPA, Bahasa Indonesia bagi penutur asing. Itu Kang Lukman, jadi sementara ini kami sudah menyebarkannya di 52 negara dan insya Allah akan berkembang terus.
Alhamdulillah sudah di 52 negara dengan 150.000 lebih pembelajar BIPA secara internasional. Saya kira ini kalau kata anak sekarang tidak kaleng-kaleng ya, jadi sudah cukup luar biasa sekali banyak pembelajar BIPA. Kemudian Pak, yang kedua, potensi perkembangannya di masa yang akan datang kira-kira bagaimana tentang BIPA ini? Apalagi yang akan dikembangkan gitu Pak?
Ini yang banyak bertanya malah moderator, kumaha itu. Penasaran. Insya Allah kedepannya kami sudah melihat ya akan ada penambahan negara-negara, penambahan jumlah negara ya, apalagi sekarang perhatian dunia ke arah timur itu kan semakin besar ya, perhatian dunia ke arah Asia gitu, bahkan ada yang bilang masa depan dunia itu ada di Asia. Apalagi Indonesia itu kan sekarang sedang disorot karena sumber daya alamnya, dan Indonesia sendiri sedang disorot karena Indonesia sedang berupaya tidak mengeluarkan sumber daya alamnya dalam posisi barang mentah gitu, dan itu ternyata menimbulkan gejolak di beberapa belahan dunia. Saya pikir dengan yang seperti itu tuh perhatian kan jadi banyak orang menoleh ke kita ya. Sementara kita ini dalam istilah seseorang tuh yang saya lupa namanya, Indonesia itu adalah the biggest invisible country in the world. Menyeramkan, mencengangkan juga ya, the biggest invisible country in the world. Kita ini negara terbesar yang nggak kelihatan. Ini gede tapi nggak kelihatan orang. Masih banyak kok. Kalau saya tanya itu yang tahu Bali tapi tidak tahu Indonesia gitu. Begitu, insya Allah negara akan bertambah dan kami sendiri akan terus mengembangkan inovasi-inovasi di bidang kebipaan. Kami sendiri sedang memikirkan yang namanya misalnya wisata BIPA, dan nantilah insya Allah kami tidak akan berhenti berpikir ya, untuk dua hal. Yang pertama memperkuat yang sudah ada, dan yang kedua mencari inovasi yang sesuai dengan keadaan kami. Sekian, Kang Lukman.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Iwa di Zoom. Baik, kita ada dua penanya. Mikrofonnya ada di mana ya? Oh ya, ada.
Saya juga mau tanya.
Ya.
Mau tanya?
Iya, boleh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore Pak Iwa. Jadi terkait dengan program BIPA. Mungkin yang jadi salah satu perhatian saya terkait dengan program BIPA itu ke sumber daya manusianya, Pak. Sumber daya manusia atau pengajar BIPA itu sendiri. Nah, dari Badan Bahasa sendiri kira-kira ada program atau mungkin peluang atau potensi apa yang kira-kira bisa mendukung pengembangan atau mungkin memberikan peluang karir yang menjanjikan bagi para pengajar BIPA seperti itu, Pak. Ya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ada satu. Kemudian ada satu penanya
Zoom.
dari Zoom, Bapak Singgih Widodo Limantoro. Boleh Bapak Singgih diaktifkan audionya, lalu disampaikan pertanyaannya, Bapak. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Lukman. Selamat sore Pak Iwa. Menarik sekali untuk BIPA ini. Ada 3 pertanyaan singkat saja, langsung to the point. Pertama, apakah ada software yang bisa, apakah software itu juga free, yang bisa dipakai orang asing yang mau belajar bahasa Indonesia? Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, apakah tadi seperti pertanyaan yang berikut sebelumnya, apakah ada TOT untuk pengajar BIPA yang diselenggarakan oleh pusat ini, pusat bahasa. Dan yang ketiga adalah apakah BIPA ini salah satu strategi bahwa kita ingin menjadikan bahasa Indonesia sebagai bahasa ASEAN. Itu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak Singgih atas pertanyaannya dan akan segera dijawab oleh Bapak Iwa.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Eka dan Pak Singgih. Pertanyaannya ini sulit dijawab. Yang pertama tadi bagaimana peluang, ada yang mudah ada yang sulit. Yang pertama peluang BIPA, pengajar BIPA menjadi sebuah profesi yang menjanjikan di masa depan. Itu jawabannya relatif Bapak Ibu. Tapi dengan semakin populernya bahasa Indonesia, maka peluang itu menjadi bertambah. Kebijakan kami sendiri itu adalah di dalam jangka yang panjang itu adalah menciptakan kemandirian. Jadi kalau sekarang misalnya pemerintah banyak ikut campur gitu, itu memang pada masa-masa awal ini tidak harus ikut campur. Tapi yang saya bayangkan itu kalau yang sangat-sangat ideal Bapak Ibu itu adalah bahasa Inggris, di mana orang secara sukarela gitu ya belajar bahasa Inggris, bayar sendiri, lalu banyak lembaga-lembaga yang mengajarkan bahasa Inggris. Entah berapa lama lagi kita akan mencapai ke sana ya, insya Allah. Tapi dengan semakin dikenalnya Indonesia, saya pikir tren ini akan menaik. Dan kalau di dalam negeri Bapak Ibu, kemandirian itu sudah kami lihat adanya di perguruan tinggi, karena banyak dan semakin banyak ya mahasiswa yang datang ke perguruan tinggi, lalu keran-keran kedatangan mahasiswa asing itu juga sudah mulai dibuka lagi. Misalnya Dharma Siswa itu sudah dibuka lagi, moga-moga ada yang mampir ke perguruan tinggi Bapak Ibu. Lalu sejumlah universitas ini Bapak Ibu Sejumlah universitas itu sudah demikian progresif sehingga mereka menawarkan beasiswa asing itu ada yang dalam pandangan orang Indonesia sekarang itu seperti tidak tanggung-tanggung gitu ya. Misalnya saya ke Bengkulu, di sana Universitas Bengkulu konon menurut kabar yang saya dapat itu tahun ini menyediakan 12 beasiswa untuk mahasiswa asing. Kemarin beberapa bulan lalu saya berkunjung ke Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, itu lebih ekstrim angkanya 60. Jadi setiap tahun mereka akan menyediakan 60 beasiswa untuk orang asing. Pas saya tanya kok kaya ya gitu. Enggak, katanya itu mah masalah manajemen saja. Jadi tergantung political will dan manajemen. Misalnya di kampus itu kan ada bank ya, diminta aja komitmen dari bank. Dan kebetulan political will-nya sedang ke sana, jadi yang didapatkan dari bank itu digunakan untuk membiayai itu. Meskipun begini, bank itu tidak bisa katanya secara arah gitu ya, secara peruntukan untuk membiayai itu ya nggak apa-apa katanya. Ya, apa yang bisa dibiayai? Akhirnya membiayai A katakannya, dana A ini digeser untuk beasiswa mahasiswa asing ini. Memang universitas itu tampaknya harus lebih progresif sekarang ini karena memang dunia sudah seperti itu, mobilitas internasional, mobilitas global itu tampaknya memang semakin lama semakin menjadi biasa. Lalu, oh ya, saya lupa menyebut lembaga yang mengajarkan BIPA secara mandiri pun sudah banyak. Tidak terlalu banyak, tapi sudah ada ya, dan mereka mampu survive ya di tengah keadaan, bahkan di tengah masa pandemi sekalipun. Perkembangan teknologi itu juga dimanfaatkan oleh sebagian lembaga, diantaranya untuk mengadakan pembelajaran daring yang membuat orang itu tidak harus datang, dan itu bisa meningkatkan enrollment karena itu kan meniadakan biaya perjalanan, meniadakan biaya akomodasi gitu ya. Jadi itu sih trennya, moga-moga ya kita berdoa, moga-moga ke depannya insya Allah. Itu saya belum bicara tentang pengajaran BIPA antar G2G atau U to U ya, itu beda lagi. Moga-moga semakin banyak juga yang seperti itu. Lalu berikutnya, apakah bahasa Indonesia diproyeksikan untuk jadi bahasa ASEAN? Jawabnya sulit. Kenapa sulit? Persaingan di ASEAN lebih kenceng ya dengan tetangga kita misalnya. Lalu ASEAN itu trennya itu multi bahasa justru. Jadi kalau kan selama ini ASEAN itu menggunakan bahasa Inggris sebagai working language gitu ya, working language. Kalau satu bahasa mengusulkan ingin jadi bahasa resmi, itu diprediksi oleh Kemenlu semua negara akan melakukannya juga. Jadi ASEAN itu jatuhnya nanti akan berbiaya sangat tinggi untuk komunikasi. Kami sekarang ini mohon doa, tapi saya belum bisa sebut secara detail. Kami sedang mengusulkan, jadi begini Bapak Ibu, dalam rencana kami sampai tahun ini kami itu belum mengejar status. Artinya kami itu pokoknya mau bekerja sajalah menyebarkan BIPA gitu ke seluruh penjuru dunia. Tetapi tahun ini kok ada semacam kesempatan gitu ya, ada kesempatan untuk meraih salah satu status bahasa internasional, dan itu sedang kami upayakan. Mohon doanya, insya Allah kalau bahasa Indonesia bisa masuk ke sana, itu bisa menambah daya tarik bahasa Indonesia untuk dipelajari oleh orang lain. Rupanya itu untuk Pak Singgih. Oh, satu lagi. Apakah ada software yang dapat digunakan? Kami belum mengembangkan software itu, Pak. Insya Allah ke depannya kami ingin juga mengembangkan chatbot gitu ya. Tapi untuk sementara ini, bahan-bahan BIPA itu bisa diakses di BIPA Daring secara gratis, Bapak Ibu. Kami ini kan lembaga pemerintah non PNBP ya, PNBP. Jadi kami itu bekerja untuk menghasilkan apapun, jasa maupun produk itu untuk dimanfaatkan oleh publik secara gratis. Silakan Bapak Ibu kunjungi BIPA Daring, di situ ada materi acuan, ada bahan ajar pengayaan, bahan ajar bacaan pengayaan, ada alat tes. Pokoknya yang sudah dibicarakan tadi yang dikembangkan dari sejak 2005 itu ada di BIPA Daring. Jadi silakan, kami senang sekali apabila Bapak Ibu berkenan berkunjung ke BIPA Daring. Karena memang akan membuat kami semakin sibuk sih ya, tapi insya Allah semakin sibuk kami semakin senang. Karena dengan demikian artinya produk-produk kami itu digunakan oleh publik dalam rangka pelayanan kami kepada publik. Demikian, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Pak Iwa Lukmana, kemudian Pak Eka dan Pak Singgi. Mungkin waktu sudah membatasi kita, mungkin ini masih menarik kalau bicara tentang BIPA itu masalah mungkin nasionalisme sebetulnya, bahasa Indonesia ya Pak ya. Jadi tadi sudah dibahas tentang bagaimana Badan Bahasa berusaha untuk meningkatkan pembelajar BIPA secara internasional. Kemudian Badan Bahasa sudah meluncurkan aplikasi-aplikasi yang bisa digunakan untuk pengajaran, mungkin bahasa Indonesia juga bisa digunakan juga untuk BIPA, bahkan penerjemahan, ada buku yang bisa digunakan untuk pengayaan dan lain sebagainya. Mungkin nanti kita bisa coba kunjungi BIPA Daring Pak ya, salah satunya. Dan Halo Bahasa. Mungkin banyak aplikasi yang bisa kita gunakan di masa yang akan datang untuk lebih banyak lagi aplikasi dan banyak program seperti Bincang BIPA tadi. Ternyata cost-nya nol. Tidak ada cost-nya, tapi bisa digunakan seluruh dunia. Mungkin bisa juga orang Indonesia yang masuk ke sana terus ngobrol dengan orang asing begitu. Jadi ini akan sangat menarik sekali. Bapak Ibu, waktu sudah selesai untuk hari ini. Terima kasih banyak Pak Iwa Lukmana atas paparannya terkait BIPA. Bapak Ibu, kami mohon untuk memberikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Pak Iwa Lukmana PhD, Ketua Pusat Penguatan dan Pemberdayaan Bahasa Kemendikbud.
Terima kasih Bapak Iwa Lukmana PhD dan juga Bapak Lukman Hakim MPD. Dan kami akan mengundang Bapak Wawan Gunawan MED untuk memberikan cenderamata. Untuk memberikan cenderamata kepada Bapak Iwa Lukmana. Boleh Bapak silakan di tengah. Ada sesi penandatanganan terlebih dahulu. Silakan Bapak Wawan untuk memberikan cenderamata kepada Bapak Iwa Lukmana PhD. Berikan tepukan yang gemuruh sekali lagi Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ya. Terima kasih Bapak Iwa Lukmana PhD dan juga Bapak Wawan Gunawan MED. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, finally, the first day of CONAPLIN 16th is about to finish. But before that, we would like to invite all online and also on-site attendees to share, and also to write down your first impressions or your experiences, during the first day of CONAPLIN 16. We can also use, we will use
the IVP technology provided by BenQ near the entrance gate. So once you saw the IVP right there, we expect you to write down some impression messages on how this first day of CONAPLIN 16 is held.
Yes, and since we have multi IFPs, so all on-site attendees are free to use any IFPs, Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian boleh menggunakan IFP yang ada di entrance or maybe over here, to write down your impressions and also your experience on the first day, about the first day of CONAPLIN. So please, everybody, the on-site attendees to stand up. And then visit, the IFP. The BenQ team will provide you with the pencil, or maybe you can also do a handwriting, over here also. And also to our online attendees, our team will share with you the Jamboard, Jadi hadirin yang hadir secara daring juga mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menuliskan kesan dan pesan.
Betul sekali, semuanya boleh dicurahkan di Jamboard yang sudah tersedia. Nanti mungkin akan dibacakan beberapa oleh saya dan Kang Dimas.
Boleh. Silakan Bapak Ibu hadirin onsite. Boleh berdiri, boleh menuju ke IFP yang di mana saja. Boleh ada 3 di sini,
di atas.
Dan you all can write at the same time, You all can write at the same time. So don't worry, if your handwriting is not recorded, it will be recorded at the same time. Untuk on-site online attendees, Untuk Bapak Ibu sekalian, baik yang online maupun on-site, jangan beranjak dulu. Karena ada informasi penting yang akan kita sampaikan sebelum acara hari pertama berakhir. Silakan Bapak, sudah? Oh, dari sini juga. Oh, di Zoom. Oh iya, oke. Sorry Pak. Boleh di sebelah sana masih sepi Bapak Ibu lapaknya. Di pojok sana masih sepi lapaknya.
Tes. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang masih ada di tengah-tengah di sini dan masih duduk, boleh langsung berdiri dan mengarah ke IVP yang tersedia di dekat pintu masuk. Boleh langsung menuliskan saja pesan-pesannya, so you can write down anything you would like to share.
Dan bisa ditulis bersamaan ya Bapak Ibu ya.
Oh iya betul.
Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa langsung mendekat dan menuliskan berbarengan. Baik yang di pojok dekat pintu masuk atau di dekat panggung. Everybody is free to choose because we would like to hear from you. So Muti, we have got some messages from our online attendees.
Yeah, someone said that it was very fruitful. It was refreshing and enriching. And sharing inspirations, of course.
Right. Wait. Give a big hand, please. This is just the first day, And we will not reveal what we are going to have on the second day. And we have Ibu Solis. Ibu Solis, could you please probably unmute your microphone, Ibu Solis? Halo, Ibu Solis.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Ibu. So thank you so much, Ibu. So how was your experience, Ibu, on the first day of CONAPLIN? So you said previously it was, boleh dibuka dulu chat boxnya dari Ibu Solis? Alright, so you said that, yeah, big thanks for this first day. So what impression, Ibu Solis, that you have during our first day?
Kang Dimas, hi.
So I was so grateful to join this CONAPLIN 16, and I graduated from UPI in 2014. So I am so lucky to join my faculty again, and I just felt that this conference is refreshing and enriching because I got many insights regarding language teaching. There are many new fashion issues here, so that's why I felt really helpful, of course, and the discussion, I'm sure that can help me with my job now.
All right, Ibu. So, is your presentation day on the first day or on the second day, Ibu?
Inshallah next day.
Oh, inshallah tomorrow ya, Bu ya?
Yes.
All right. So, are you feeling nervous, Ibu, for tomorrow?
Of course.
Of course. But
I am feeling nervous, so I really hope that I can do the presentation well.
Amin, inshallah, Ibu. Have a best of luck for tomorrow and also for everybody, yeah, both on site and also online. So, Muti, you want to say something? Thank you so much, Ibu Solis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Solis. So I was there near that one IFP right there, and then the on-site attendees were writing that this conference is inspiring, this conference is enjoyable, this conference is interesting, and we also have one right here saying that it's insightful, luar biasa, beneficial
input.
Oh, beneficial input.
Yeah. And there is a Russian language, if I'm not mistaken, this is Sarava, is it correct?
No, it's not. So,
no?
Maybe would you like to help us out? What does that mean?
In Russian is ratio.
Ratio, wow. What does that mean, Bapak?
Bagus.
Bagus. Oke, beri tepuk tangan yang gemuruh untuk CONAPLIN 16th.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the final event of the first day of the 16th Conference on Applied Linguistics 2023. Tomorrow's conference will start earlier at 8 a.m. For our on-site attendees, please do re-register, and our online attendees, please use the same Zoom link to enter the conference. And tomorrow, right before the event begins, there will also be a demonstration by BenQ on how to appropriately use this IFP technology.
Yeah, kindly be reminded once again to all online and also on-site attendees. Tomorrow we will start a bit earlier at 8 a.m. So please be ready for tomorrow as we're about to see, yeah, a short presentation from BenQ. And before we truly finish, yeah, we would like to show you the recap of the first day.
This
yeah?
is the most exciting part.
Right. Are you in the video? So let's give it up to see the first recap, the recap of the first day.
16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
Give a big hand, please. This is just the first day. Yeah, I hope the energy level is still there for tomorrow as we will start earlier. Yeah,
yes. So many more insightful and engaging sessions, of course, for tomorrow. So please, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget tomorrow we'll start earlier at 8 a.m.
So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation. Stay safe, stay healthy. A very good evening and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Dimas Pujianto and my partner
Mutiara Niram Dayanti
signing off. Thank you.
CONAPLIN 16, hajar terus.
Empowering.
Mantap.
CONAPLIN 2023, CONAPLIN ke-16 dengan topik Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. We hope to foster our critical awareness in using, viewing language in interdisciplinary practices. So far, we have been empowered.
I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment, Applied Linguistics in Practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So, let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye. I'm Safrina, I'm head of Balai Bahasa Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am here to share with you some information about CONAPLIN, which is Conference on Applied Linguistics. This is our annual conference. It has been around for 16 years. So, 2023 is CONAPLIN's 16th birthday. The theme for the 16th CONAPLIN is Language and Empowerment. Applied linguistics in practice. Perhaps the theme does not sound too current, but the ideas about language and power and how they intertwine in our daily activities will always be a limitless resource for language study. So, let us empower ourselves. The empowerment in the conference comes in different forms, or I may say programs. First of all, we have various parallel presentations. We also have workshops, and we also have programs especially for teachers. So there will be programs where teachers can share their best practices. We will also have a program which is dedicated especially for research conducted by students. So that means there are plenty to choose from. That sounds like empowerment, doesn't it? So do join us in our conference, online and offline. Whereas the online session will allow you to enjoy the conference from the comfort of your own private space, the offline sessions will also provide the chance to know Bandung better. You will have the time and the opportunities to enjoy places in Bandung and probably enjoy the delectable cuisines of Bandung. Our venue, GH Universal, is an Instagram popular site. So do come, share, learn, and have fun at CONAPLIN Suite 16. We'll be waiting for you. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Baik, teman-teman panitia, mohon tidak pulang terlebih dahulu. Kita ada briefing evaluasi untuk beberapa saat. Tanah pindah si Yana, orang liur biasa kedung gitu. Baik, sekali lagi kepada teman-teman panitia, mohon tidak pulang terlebih dahulu dan mohon mengikuti Pak Eka. Di sini aja nggak usah pakai ini ya.
Satu lagu Aing dulu.
Satu buah lagu. Masih ada ini.
Kumpul aja di sini. Kumpul aja.
Baik, sekali lagi kepada para panitia mohon merapat ke meja sekretariat ya. Silahkan. Pak Lukman.